And we are live right here with the Think and Grow Rich Institute. Shout out to Satish Verma for making this happen. And the incredible Los Angeles Tribune. We have Ava right here. We have Rex right here. And CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock. We have an incredibly special guest. Wow. Incredible, who we're going to be bringing to the stage momentarily. And if you can just buy me a few seconds, I would like to actually reshare this on my live feed before we bring in this incredible guest. And as you know, we have
Yes,
2
and okay,
billion.
so while you're doing that, Sir Kaya, I wanted to
Yes.
ask our guests, where are you tuning in from? Like, where are you? What part of the world? Whenever we come live in the Los Angeles Tribune, we have people from Bangladesh, from Philippines, from Australia, from all parts of Europe, from all parts of America, of course, from Mexico. And so I just wanted to see, where you're coming from, where you're tuning in. You're very much a part of what we're creating today. Yeah.
And I
So
want to
I
add
see
that I want
that,
to thank
Type in the
Ava,
chat.
and I
in the
want to thank
chat is
Kaya,
saying.
and I want to thank Mo Rock, and all of the people who are tuning in and who are helping share this event. Because if we can get so far, but our reach is that much further when you share it to your friends and your family and to even strangers. So please go ahead and share it and type in the chat room, as Ava asked, where you're coming from, where you're listening from, paying attention to, and all that sort of good stuff. But I got to say, I'm thrilled. And Kaya, thank you so much for all of the work you've done to make today happen. And Ava, these two are so incredible, and so much of today wouldn't be today without them. So you just need to know that. And of course, with Morak and Satish, and guess who we're doing it for?
Yes.
You
For
and us,
you,
but you.
right? And all of this, we're just so grateful, because I just wanted to let you know that there are actually gifts that are awaiting you at the end of the event. Make sure that you register growrich23.com. Talk about think and grow rich, right? Grow rich. Like, by being in this summit, you have grown a lot richer. When you register at the end of the event, you will get resources, tools, links from the speakers that spoke, and even like some gifts that some of them have given, like ebooks and such. So make sure that you're registered. And so, Kaya, how excited are you for our surprise day 5 of the
Our
Think and Grow?
surprise day 5, and even more for this gentleman. I think let's just not waste any more time. We're going to bring an incredible leader. His name will definitely, for those of you that are fans of basketball, this is an NBA legend. This man shared the court, won championships with the one and only Kobe Bryant, and he is here to share about not just his overcoming adversities and how he became this incredible leader, but also how to create generational wealth. So he actually has a company that is helping people, and he also has a artist management group. So we're going to get into all of that. So let's welcome to the stage. Can we add him in here? To the one and to the only.
Yes, of course.
To the incredible leader.
He's
Type in the
still
chat
loading,
who you. Oh, he's loading? Okay. Well, I am actually going to talk about him. Oh, he's loading. And we also have an interview coming up shortly with Mayor Paul Leone of the city of Ontario. He'll be joining momentarily. And then also we have, shall we say, 2 headliners. One headliner that you're very familiar with, which is Mark Victor Hansen, the author of Chicken Soup for the Soul that sold over 400 million copies. And we have another surprise guest, shockingly joining us today, presidential candidate, woohoo! Marianne Williamson will be live with us today. Presidential candidate and New York Times bestselling author, one of my mentors, Marianne Williamson, will be joining us at 2 p.m. today. So I have just, you got to share this, because we are literally going to knock your socks off today. And do we have our incredible leader, Metta?
Well, if we don't, let me just say that for those who may not know, Marianne Williamson is not only a presidential candidate, but she has been very instrumental in the law of attraction and the Course with Miracles, and putting forth the very kinds of things that we're so concerned with here at Think and Grow Rich Institute and the Los Angeles Tribune. And while we're waiting for the guest, may I also add that, Napoleon Hill said one idea can change the world. And then he gave
Yes.
plenty of examples of that in Think and Grow Rich and the Laws of Success. So if you get one idea, I mean, people say, oh yeah, I've heard this before. But if you get one idea, one takeaway, if there's something that you're stimulated here to do that you might not have otherwise considered or thought, and you take some action on it, you can help change the world and be a total force for nature like our guests are here today. And
yes,
and our other hosts.
So I just got a text. Can you enter me? Okay, let's just enter him. He's ready to go.
Well, he's gone again. So he doesn't have enough internet connection.
Wait, there he is. He's back. He's back.
He's back.
Yay.
Okay.
There he is.
Oh my gosh, the one, the master. They say the myth, the legend, but I would say the living legend that's creating an even greater level of legend. This man, I am a huge fan. I know we've got millions of people around the world that are a huge fan. And I want to share with you some things about him that you may not know. And then also for him to share about his program for creating generational wealth. We're all fans of this thing called Think and Grow Rich, which is a book that was written, I think, in 1923, right in the middle of the Depression, and written by Napoleon Hill, and was studied by all the billionaires of the time, Thomas Edison, Henry Ford, the people, Charles Schwab, Wrigley, right, the chewing gum person. And so Think and Grow Rich Institute, shout out to Satish Verma, and shout out to CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper, Mo Rock, who right now, he would be with us live, but right now he is giving a TED Talk. Let's give Mo Rock a round of applause. He's doing a TED Talk, I think, in Atlanta on stage. And our team, Ava and Rex, thank you so much. Let's introduce this man who needs no introduction. Ron William Artest Jr. from Queensbridge, New York, famously changed his name to Metta World Peace in September 2011. Why? Because he wanted to encourage the world to have more happiness, more wellness. He's a father of 4 children. He has a professional basketball career that's over 19 years. He played for 6 NBA teams. He won the NBA World Championship, as you know, for those of you that are Laker fans here in LA, in 2010 in June. He also received the Walter Kennedy Citizen Award, which is the highest NBA citizenship award. He also was selected in 2005-2006 as the NBA All-Defensive Team, was voted by the media as 2003-2004 NBA Defensive Player of the Year. And the only man, I'm a fan of Michael Jordan, and I know we all are. He's the only man with 271 steals in his first 2 seasons in the NBA, which actually beats Michael Jordan's record. How about that? His autobiography, Malice, My Life in Basketball, was released in May 2018 with Triumph Publishing. And his documentary about his life, you definitely want to check that out. Ron Artest, The Quiet Storm. The Quiet Storm. It was released on Showtime in May 2019. He has so many entrepreneurial projects he's involved with. He's also a huge advocate. I think we definitely want to talk about that for a couple minutes today as well, about mental health. And I know that we live in a society right now where there's a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety, and mental health is a really, really important thing. He raffled off his 2010 NBA World Championship ring, with the proceeds going to his nonprofit Excel University, known as the Artist University. His only ring he raffled off and raised over $650,000 and donated that to nonprofits to help mental health and so forth. I am just bringing the man, the myth, the legend to the stage. Metta World Peace. How are you, brother?
Everything is great. Everything is great. I'm just here, and thanks for having me. It's good to see you again. I didn't see you in quite some time.
Good to see you too. Yes. And please just give a shout out to Phoebe, because Phoebe, incredible leader that you work closely with, that introduced us together. And I'm excited for you to share about a little bit, if you don't mind, before we get into your ideas on generational wealth and tools that you're going to teach people today that you are doing to create generational wealth for entrepreneurs. If you don't mind, maybe just share with us a little bit about Think and Grow Rich is really coming from nothing and creating something, right? And so you growing up at, you know, the types of adversities you faced and that shaped you into who you are today. Can you share with us a little bit about that background?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, thanks for having me. I think, you know, in regards to the concept of generational wealth, I actually started, you know, this journey in say I'm 43 now, probably at 41 years old.
You're looking pretty good. You're looking pretty dang good. You look like you could suit up and dunk on me right now.
I know. I wish I can. And I started the kind of the entrepreneurship journey in like 2012. So I was about 32. I had the
Oh.
So what?
Yep. We got you. We just lost you for a second.
Oh, sorry about
Yep.
that.
You started the journey. Go on. 2000.
Yeah,
12, you said?
2012 started the journey, kind of an entrepreneurship. I realized that I like technology,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, and then everything started to evolve. The opportunities, the curiosity, you know, and then when you look at, you know, when you fast forward to now, and you're starting to meet different people, when you look at how these family offices kind of created revenue, or even these generational family offices, it came from an idea, right? It might be ExxonMobil, it might be Berkshire Hathaway, it might be Walmart, right? It's a product or a service, right? And then that product or service, you know, created so much wealth for the generations to come. And now these, you know, high, you know, institutions or family offices, high net worth individuals are able to invest back into the economy. You know, I wish they would do it more than what we see out there now, but investing back into the economy, and it's creating opportunities for others. Right.
Correct.
So that concept, you know, you have to have a dream, you know, and if you're generation one, you're creating for your generations to come.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
If you're generation four, right, you should be creating for other people to have opportunities to create their generational strategy, wealth plan, right?
Yes.
So it's all about just like contributing to the, you know, and contributing to the economy, you know, contributing to the social impact. And then you also got to have that philanthropy. You see so many families, which really inspires me, which is my 501c3 is attached to my firm. You know, what really inspires me is how can you create these educational institutions where it lasts for 100, 300, 400 years, right? Which is something we're working on too. And that's the other side. It's not only about wealth, but it's also about how are you going to help someone else who's, we all know in the future that somebody's going to grow up without guidance, right?
Correct.
And it's going to set up a platform that's going to help that kid.
And if you don't mind, Metta, if you don't mind, you know, because there's a lot of people that are tuning in that are, you know, either they're doing well or they're stuck or they're doing great. They all find themselves in a different place. You know, why are you so passionate about this? You know, growing up in New York, and I know you probably, you know, faced some challenges in the early days. And then why are you so passionate also about mental health?
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think in terms of from the business side, first, you know, when you're growing up in New York City, Long Island City skyline, which looks like Manhattan now, and we grew up in the neighborhood, tough neighborhoods. But when you go to that Long Island City Park, you look across that skyline, and when you're a kid, that skyline there's no opportunity for you there. That's how you think it in your head, right? But you're like, man, one day I want to go to that building or go over there. I wonder what's in that building. And when you get older, like, wow, I wonder if I could one day get an office in that building. And you're like, wow, I could actually own a building. Oh, wow, maybe you're an architect, right? It's like an evolution of curiosity. And then from the philanthropic side, I always wanted to build community centers. So my major before I went to college, it was architecture. So I had 5 visits. When you're going from high school to college and you're a scholarship player, you get 5 visits. Right? I took mine to Notre Dame, Miami, Providence, Miami of Ohio, and then St. John's. And the reason I took the St. John's, because that's New York City. I'm from New York City. The city loves me in New York. I took
Yes.
a trip because Sham God-Wells was there. He's a coach for the Dallas Mavericks, and I just wanted to go there. And I was thinking about playing with him there. Then I went to Miami of Ohio because Wally Zerbiak was there, and another gentleman named Ray Martin, who's from my neighborhood. He was on that team in the 60s that stopped the UCLA streak, the 66 game win streak. So he was on that team, Miami of Ohio, so I went there. But the reason I visited Notre Dame and Miami University is because of architecture, right? I was major in architecture. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to build community centers because the community center I grew up in, it was called the Jacob Riis Community Settlement Center. And Jacob Riis was from Eastern Europe. I forget what country. I think it's like an endowment type of community center that he kind of gave to America, right? So from that perspective, I said, I wonder if I could build a bigger gym, just more things and make it more creative and just more space. So that's why I was going to major in architecture so I could build community centers, right? But then obviously basketball came, so I stopped that part of what I wanted to do, and I started to focus on, basketball, and then that was a 17, 18-year career,
Right.
and then now we're here.
What did basketball, and I know we're going to get into the generational wealth steps. You and I discussed some tools that you want to teach the audience on things that they can shift in their mindset for them to be positioned to create generational wealth. And before we get that, what did basketball teach you? What did basketball give you in this journey that you feel ties into what you're doing now in creating generational wealth for entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I think basketball, your teamwork, right? When you're preparing for a season, for example, the triangle offense, it takes about 2 years to learn, right? So the reason you want to learn Phil Jackson's offense is so you can win a championship.
Right.
So that 2 years was compared to 100-year life cycle. You have to start, build, teamwork, then eventually the end result, you come out a winner, right? And I think that's with generational wealth planning. There's no rush. This is not a concept I grew up with. The concept I had was, government funding, Medicaid, Medicare, different things like that, right? Just survive, right?
Just survive.
Now it's about how can you build something, a structure, a foundation, and then you can pass it on to your family. You can create literacy processes, and they can just take that from generations to come versus living in the moment right now and saying, I want to satisfy myself, right? And that's the concept how we grow up. We grow up in a materialistic world. We need to have the cars. We need to have the jewelry. We need to have the big houses. And then, inflation, you're not thinking about investing. And then when you grow up, you turn around, now you got to do it all over again. And this happens with athletes. Not only athletes, it's also happening with successful exiting entrepreneurs. A lot of entrepreneurs are creating their own plans. And so I thought it was only athletes, but it's not. So my firm works with athletes and entrepreneurs, and actually we're probably 98% non-athletes in terms of who we're working with.
Hey, Metta, may I ask you something? Because you're describing something so valuable. I want to pause it. I'm Rex, and it's great to have you here. You're describing something called depth of vision, and you're exemplifying that so elegantly. Some people look at an acorn and they see the seed, others see a tree, some see a forest, some see a house, but some see an entire city or a nation. And what you're describing with your generational wealth and your background, saying, I wanted to build this, I want to do that, this vision of yours is large. You have this depth of vision that extends beyond the immediate, which is how we end up with, wouldn't you say, with legacy wealth?
I really think, thank you. I appreciate that. I think a lot of the gifts that we have as humans, as individuals, we got to accept it, embrace it. I think my mind is all over the place. I'm not the type of person that can launch one company. If I focus, that company will not be successful. I got to play to my strengths. So what are my strengths? My strengths are helping people. I'm really passionate about the world. I changed my name to World Peace, and different things like that. So I do better in a VC model. I do better in an accelerator because it's helping people. It's also kind of helping myself. And then I'm also wanting to not only look after, my family, I'm also thinking about other people's family, right? And other people just in general, it's a gift and a curse, right? Because some will help a non-blood family member before we help a blood family member, right? But that's how we should be as humans, right? We should not only look after our bloodline, we should look after other bloodlines also, right? So I take that gift, and perspective, how can you create a better world? Because, a person that grew up in under violent circumstances. And now I changed my Metta, which is the ultimate level of friendship, and world peace, which is the level of world peace, right? And you look at today's day, when you're looking at what's happening now, how can I keep a focus with
Correct.
happening, right? Everything that's happening now, right? How can you keep a focus? But you got to stay focused. You got to try to, hey, how can we come together as people, but then also not forgetting your mission and moving forward? Because we often lose focus during crisis, right? I'm not saying don't have empathy, but I'm saying you can't lose focus during crisis because you have to start all over. So now we got to stay focused while trying to bring, people together. And that's a lot of thinking, right?
Yeah.
That's how I've been since a kid. So I just have a totally different perspective, in terms of life, and then, in terms of how you create a life for your family and generations to come.
That's beautiful. And so let's go into some of the strategies, the tools that you had mentioned regarding generational wealth, thinking in terms of learning and risk and team and all those things. So what would you say are some strategies or some mindsets or some principles to creating generational wealth that you would say right at the top that would be valuable to all the entrepreneurs tuning in today?
Yeah, and I have about 5 minutes left. I got to go.
Yes. And by the way, please type in the chat, everybody, artistmanagementgroup.com. Artest, ARTEST, artistmanagementgroup.com. That's where you can actually connect with him through that. And then you'll also share an email for people that want to get plugged into your financial services company. So within maybe 2 minutes, maybe go over those 5 or 4 strategies or steps, and then also what people can look forward to when they get in touch with you.
So I think the first step is, and it's not in any order, but it's be mission driven.
Be mission driven. Please type in the chat, be mission driven.
Yeah, I think being mission driven is super important. I learned that late. Somebody was like, you got to have a mission for your company. I'm like, a mission? I know what I want to do. I just want to go public, but you don't have a mission. So,
Right.
Then I think also teamwork. Really relying and understanding and believing that a team is going to get you there. I also believe in not rushing.
Rushing.
Having a little patience. You can still move fast while moving slow. Right, because if you're moving slow in 2 years, 3 years, you didn't make as many mistakes, and the people that make mistakes have to actually start over. So you can actually move a little faster by just moving a little slower, And I think just the dream, continuing to focus on your North Star. What is your North Star? How do you see it? Your North Star might be, it could be materialistic today, but that might be for the generations to come. Your focus might be setting up the foundation for your generations to come. So you're not going to reap the benefits that you're going to pass on, right? Just being okay with that, being okay with you are kind of the sacrificial lamb or the guinea pig.
Right.
You set it up. You have to do the hard work, and just being okay with I'm passing something on so they can create even a bigger empire.
Beautiful. So do we have that, correct, is that the right URL, artistmanagementgroup.com?
Artest, like my last name.
Artest. Okay, so it's the one that I just did here. Is that the correct one?
Yeah, that's it. That's
okay. I typed it correctly. Yes. So that's it. So that's the website you go to. And so what can someone look forward to by getting involved with your company, with your firm for financial services?
Well, so we have Artest Management Group, which is our holdings company.
Yes.
We're prepping that company to go public. We have a lot of different components. And then we have Artest Making Financials, which is our financial services entity. And that entity is everything from investor relations to estate planning, to insurance strategies, to tax accounting. We have all CPAs and fiduciaries involved.
Beautiful. So
So
if someone wants to, maybe reach out to you, besides just going to that website, and to plug in and support you and bring some resources to the table to do business with you, can they email you or reach you somehow?
please reach out through email, and I think info@arttestmanagementgroup.com. If you
Info.
Okay.
Info at. Okay, continue. I'm just typing that up.
Yeah, I was just saying, you can subject that we met today. But yeah, info@arttestmanagementgroup.com. And we would love to, engage with anyone that want to engage with us.
Okay, perfect. I've just put that also in the chat. info@arttestmanagementgroup.com. All right. You know what? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Metta, for just being you, being the light of the world. You're creating a new legacy, right? So your work is far from over. You've got so much ahead of you, and I know that you're going to help so many people with creating generational wealth. We look forward to having you on our stage. We'd like to invite you to a live stage here in Los Angeles. Again, shout out to CEO Mo Rock of the Los Angeles Tribune, who made this happen, along with Satish Verma, CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute. Thank you so much. God bless you, brother, for being with us here today. And we have Mayor Paul Leone. If you could just say a quick hi to him for 10 seconds.
How you doing,
He is
man?
going to be here. There's Mayor Paul Leone of the city of Ontario. He's the sixth-term
Awesome stuff.
Sixth-term mayor of Ontario. Has now been mayor of the city for now 24 years. I need to get you, Metta, and Mayor Paul Leone connected, because both of you can do some big things together.
I'm good friends with AC Green.
Oh, that's incredible. Great. I look up to AC. He's an incredible guy.
I do too, because he's a lot taller than me.
Awesome. So thank you, Metta. We'll stay in connection, and I really appreciate your time and your generosity to be with us today, brother.
Thank you.
Great job. Great job.
You
You said some awesome things.
All right. If you're joining now, or if you're already on, God bless you, Ron. We love you, man. Yes. Type in the comments what you got from that. What was your takeaway from that interview? And I am now going to be bringing up my incredible buddy. My buddy for now, I don't know how many years. How many years has it been, Paul? It's been.
I don't know. It's been. It could be 15 or so, around there. We met while Cheryl was.
We met at the Grammy party.
Yeah, because Cheryl was a photographer. My wife is at the time was doing a lot of work. Today she's not doing so much. More retired, because we're tired.
Yes. Well, thank you for joining us. So just to give us a little background. So first, we're here celebrating and bringing the incredible book and movement, Think and Grow Rich, to the world, continuing that legacy. Shout out to Satish Verma, CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, and also sponsored by the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock. We have Mayor Paul Leone, incredible leader. As I mentioned, 6-time now mayor, right? You've been reelected 6 times. You must be doing something right if you're a mayor of a city for that long. So Mayor Paul is actually a lifelong Southern California a resident from Ojai, graduated from Ojai's North High U.S. Army from 73
Lost Kaya.
Well,
to
I want to
77.
welcome for Kaya to come back. There you go. You're back. Okay.
Oh, I'm back. Yes.
Finish with I'm from Ojai.
Ojai, yes.
But I'm in Ontario now.
He's in Ontario. Can you all hear me still now?
No,
There was a little interruption. Okay. So originally graduated from Ojai's Nordhoff High School, entered the military in the U.S. Army from 1973 to 1977. After 4.5 years in the military, moved to Ontario, ran a small trucking company, furniture and appliances and things like that. He was involved in the trucking industry, and then became a manager. Back in 1995, he was hired by the county of San Bernardino as a social worker to deal with gangs and drugs and issues in central Ontario, a job that raised his community profile. From there, he was appointed to the Ontario City Council in 1988, and subsequently, he has been mayor since 2005, a very long time, and he's still mayor of Ontario. He's also an incredible man, leader, pastor of Hope Chapel in Ontario. He will be inviting you for weekly spiritual elevating growth on Facebook Live, and you can show up in person in the city of Ontario. And he's been serving as mayor and pastor since 1998. And he's my brother. And his incredible wife, Cheryl, they just have a huge heart of gold. And I know that we're going to get into a topic today about becoming an even better leader. What does it take? Who do we need to step into to become an even better leader? A leader that is going to help you to lead people to a vision, a greater vision. Yes, to create your Think and Grow Rich, and also to improve lives around you. So that being said, Paul, can you share, what was, I know you're a fan of Think and Grow Rich. You're definitely a fan of the Bible, for sure. You teach it every Sunday. Can you share a little bit about some of the humble beginnings and the turning points in your life that tie into some of the concepts in Think and Grow Rich, and also some of the concepts that you teach in leadership?
Well, my childhood was with a very poor Hispanic, not necessarily immigrant family. Both my mom and dad were from the United States. My dad was born in Fresno, and my mother was from Los Angeles. And there's a lot of Hispanic history in the state of California in my family, and so it's not like they were immigrants, but they were also family members of migrant farm workers, and so they did a lot of that. My dad was an artist also, and when he first met my mother, he was painting designs on neckties.
Mm.
And my mom was still kind of working in the farms which were still in Los Angeles at the time, picking, vegetables,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and as the rest of her family did. So when they got married, they got married. My dad was 17 and my mom was 16,
Mm-hmm.
and they started a family. My oldest brother was born when my mother was still 16 years old. And so they struggled, and they went through the discrimination that was still happening in Southern California in those days against Hispanics. We during those days, it was still okay to call people Mexicans because they were from Mexico. But today,
Right.
people are from all over the place, and so there's Hispanics, and that's why they just the term is kind of broad. But all of Central and South America are Hispanics, and anybody with Hispanic history. So they themselves had upbringings that were somewhat designed for existence with their lifestyles, and they began to implement that or imprint that on me and my four brothers. They had five children, and the problem is that they were well indoctrinated in how to keep themselves out of trouble,
Mm-hmm.
and so they tried to imprint that on their children. And I was a rebel. I just didn't listen to that stuff. Keep your head down, work real hard. But although the work ethic was really a good upbringing, but for me, to be telling me all the time to don't excel, don't get in the papers, don't do better than any of the other kids because they'll do everything they can to suppress that. Those things are a little bit true, but at the same time, it was pretty hard for me. I was a pretty good baseball player, and so I was an athlete. And
Mm.
so it was hard to stay out of the papers. It used to really upset my parents. But going forward in life, I had to actually dismiss my bad past, if you will. Not that I did anything bad. I was never a bad kid or in trouble or anything, but all of that information that was being given to me by my parents to suppress success, to be, my mom and dad's idea of success was for me to inherit their house and with my brothers and continue to clean yards for a living. And
Mhm.
I just didn't want to live up to that. So I had to dismiss my bad past and move on, and not to live there, and to live in a new existence. But me finding Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior kind of lifted me out of all of the stuff that had been imprinted on my psyche to
Mhm.
limit my horizons. And what I really liked about what Metta World Peace was saying is that he uh, thought in terms of how do I build community centers,
Mm.
because in Ojai it was the community center that allowed me to have, and my brothers, I had 4 brothers, was the community center is where we found life and existence outside of my family, because my mom and dad never had any desires to do anything other than work, 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 get some money, pay for the house, pay for the food, get some more money, work. Whenever other people take time off, you work. That was their whole thing. And so our fun and our enjoyment, even me playing baseball, I got screwed up as a junior hire because I was always about a league ahead of myself. So I was very young, and I was playing in an older league, and I had to go to tryouts, and my dad wouldn't let me go because there was work to do. So I
Mm.
missed an opportunity that could have really excelled my progression in that sport. But not looking back on that and saying, doggone it, um, it's still, the work ethic was always there. I've always been a very hard worker because that's what they ingrained in me. And
Mhm.
I think, Kaya, you know me, I don't sit down a lot. I'm always on the move, and I really hate to see a minute wasted. And that's kind of that problem in me, but it is who I am.
Mhm.
So success to me is when I give everything I have to God in time and everything else, everything comes to me anyway. I don't really struggle for a lot of things anymore as I've grown older.
It's such an interesting breakthrough, Paul, that I feel like that has been a massive shift in my life. When you say give things to God, and let's open it up, because in Think and Grow Rich, I believe Think and Grow Rich is an extremely spiritual book. Uh, and Napoleon Hill refers it to, I think, as infinite intelligence, the universe. We can give it all different types of names. And I have noticed that in my life too, that when you don't focus on yourself, and that's something that I've just see you exemplify every single day. You're always focused out on everybody else. You're always giving. You're so generous with your time, your energy, even gifting us with your time today for this community to learn from you. Um, you give it up to God. You give it up to a higher purpose, to other people. And it just comes right back to you. So thank you so much for saying that. It's a different way of people think. Because in the mindset of an entrepreneur, it is a little bit of, and maybe some people might agree or disagree. It is a little bit of, I need to go get. I need to go get this for me. I need to go manifest this for me. And how would you say that that either works for or against a person? And how would you say your spiritual place where you're giving up things to God actually might work for someone better than trying to go get it for themselves?
Well, I don't want to turn today into a church service because I have a
Sure,
tendency to
sure,
do
not
that.
at all. Yeah.
But and I will be, and I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying I'm going to try to stay away from my typical lean. And if
Yes.
anybody wants to come and watch Hope Chapel Ontario online on Facebook Live or anything on Sunday at 10 a.m., you're welcome to see what I do when I'm teaching the Bible. But I grew up in a family that said, get all you can all you get, and then sit on the can. My parents absolutely believed in, we got to work real hard, even if we're making 50 cents an hour. Because I can remember as a little kid, I tell people this and they don't really believe me. I'm 67 years old and this is absolutely true. I've had a full-time 40-hour-a-week job since I was 7 years old. And people are like, oh, how could that possibly be? And I go, well, because my mom sent me out to shine shoes in the arcade of Ojai. If you've ever been to Ojai, they have like the downtown as an arcade and it's covered. So rain or shine, I would be out there shining shoes for 10 cents a pair at 7 years old. Then when I was 9, I moved into the barber shop. And then when I was 11, I got a job at the miniature golf, keeping it clean and doing all kinds of stuff. And each one of the jobs that I had growing up, and then I worked in a grocery store bagging, then stocking, then checking at 14. And then I went in the army at 16. I've done a lot of things. And people ask me all the time, why are you so MacGyver? How come you can do all this stuff? I can fix a car. I can almost build a house. I can do electrical. I can do all this stuff because I was forced to as a child to do it with my mom and dad. And when I worked at the miniature golf, the guy who owned the place was old, and he'd say, get in this hole, you little kid, and do the wiring here and there. He taught me electrical. He taught me plumbing. He taught me soldering. He taught me all this stuff. It was crazy. And then when I was in the military, I had signed up to be in electronics. So I ended up learning a lot about electrical and electronics, and worked, and of course I was with the National Security Agency and the Army Security Agency, as working in the intelligence field. So then I got a lot of world information by being an intelligence analyst, basically a Jack Ryan without a gun. Jack Ryan is, that show, and he goes out, he's the same guy, he's an intelligence analyst like I was, but they didn't ever send me out on the field like that. So I've had a lot of experience of gaining experience. And I always say, when you own a car, you own a home, you own a business, you learn how to do everything because you have to if you're going to save any kind of money, right? But for myself in leadership, and I've always felt that you have to believe in the people who are working with you and give them opportunity. And why? Because the people that raised me, and I went into foster care at 11 years old. My mom and I just did not get along. I couldn't follow that instruction to keep your head down and get out of the way and all this other stuff. So at 11 years old, I was my best friend's mom took me in, and I stayed with them until I joined the Army. But and she was a great foster mom. She was awesome. She was always telling me how I could achieve and do this and do that, and buying her kids and me things to help us excel. And I really credit my foster mother, the owner of the miniature golf, my ultimate boss when I was in trucking, as these kinds of mentors in life, these people who were able to, they spoke to me, they encouraged me, they taught me. And here's the other thing. My parents were really good at beating the daylights out of you if you did wrong, even if it was a mistake. Beating first, and then there. But these other mentors that I had, they didn't do that. They would say, well, you made a mistake there. Now you know what not to do next time. And so next time seemed to be their mantra. Well, okay, well, but next time, right? So it was this difference of upbringing, and I see that difference between me and my brothers. I see them still fighting that whole punishment versus bringing somebody up and out. I have transferred that into my leadership as to basically believing that I don't need to be given credit when there's success, or when there's something that I liked it. What I'm sorry, I forgot his name.
Rex, yes,
gentleman who's
amazing. Rex,
Rex
yes.
said, Rex is so right. When you see an acorn, what is it? What is it, Rex? Is it just a seed? Is it something for a squirrel to eat, or is it a city? And I have grown up as a kid with these great mentors in my life who taught me to see the city, and also that there would be a lot of people helping construct the city. I also have my cousin married a guy who I look up to a lot in Ojai, Mel Krogh. So here I am, just a child. I'm like, 10 years old, and he's got a construction company. It's like, here 10. And he's like, here's a chainsaw, here's a guillotine, and there's an oak tree. And by the end of this summer, I need that thing in pieces. I don't care, in an axe. I don't care how you do it. And I was 10 years old, and then by the end of the summer, that oak tree was in pieces. And he never came out and said, well, do you still have an arm? Or do you still have a foot? And I would just be out there all day cutting this oak tree to pieces with this stuff. Who does that today? There's no kids who get that opportunity today, and they just think you're abusing a child. He saw it as an opportunity for me to learn, and he didn't really care, how I figured it out. But I remember, because the oak tree and the acorn, I had to see that when I was 10 years old, that tree in pieces, and it was still in the ground. And so I loved your analogy of that. And when I came to the city of Ontario, we were behind by probably $1 billion in deferred maintenance alone. We were considered a gang town, not the jewel of the Inland Empire 25 years ago. And so I had to start imagining what, having a view of the city of Ontario that wasn't what everybody else still was believing. We still have residual people who still think that about us. So I started believing that I had people around me who were acorns ready to be cities. And so I didn't care who got the credit, as long as they were thinking and doing and being released to do their work. And that all goes back to what Metta World Peace was saying about building community centers. Because in Ojai, they had a community center that if it wasn't for that community center, I would have never had a place to do anything. My parents would have had me only work. They didn't invest in games or anything for us. It was always work, fix this, do that, go work over there, go fit. And then I'd go to the community center, and they would set me and my brothers up with outings, trips, games, other people.
So how would you summarize your Rex? You had something to share?
Yeah, I was going to say, may I ask this, because you tie back to Napoleon Hill and the idea of a mastermind and working together in harmony. You talk about building things and then not needing the credit, but allowing that to permeate your team and the other acorns that are there with you to be able to build something larger than some people who need it to be all about themselves, which on the one hand, I suppose is fine, but you have a way of extending yourself. And in doing so, as Metta is demonstrating, the reach gets so much further.
Yes. Well, when it came to my foster mother, when it came to the community center, when it came to my cousin Mel, what they gave me that I reflect back, they gave me tools. They gave me the things I was going to need to be successful kind of on my own. My cousin Mel didn't tell me how to cut down the oak tree. He just said, here's the tools, get it done. Wow. I'll see you tonight, every night for an entire summer. So when I see something ahead of me, like right now, I want to take over in this region the animal shelters, because I don't like what the animal shelters do today. I'm just an animal person, and so I hate the cruelty. And even though they say it's humane, it's still cruel. I mean, that animal has an opportunity to live somewhere if you give them a chance to find it. We don't need to kill them in a week. So I want to do something about that, and these are the kinds of things that. But I have people around me who are willing to do it. So what I have to do is use city resources to find the tools to let them do their thing better than I can. I don't have the time, but I know the people who can get it done.
Perfect. Beautiful. So Paul, how would you summarize maybe, and I know you've talked about a lot of them, but what would you say are the top 3, 4, 5 components to stepping into being an even better leader? And then with that, you know, those principles, then what's an action step our audience can take that you would suggest, recommend?
I already mentioned one was to dismiss your bad past.
Dismiss your bad past is number one.
Yeah.
Type in the chat, dismiss your bad past, number one. Number two.
You most likely limit yourself by your limiting beliefs. If I only believe so much about myself, then I can't get past that. You know, it's the Peter principle, the lid, and all that stuff.
Mm.
I know so many people who limit themselves. They say, I can't do that. And I just laugh. I go, you have no idea what you can do. You're just not going to give it a shot, you know? And I go back to the oak tree. I mean, I'm looking at an oak tree that's, you know, is 60 feet tall.
Right.
And I'm 10.
Yeah.
I wasn't given the choice to leave it there. I was given the choice to take it down.
Right.
And it was a life-changing thing. So that's another thing.
Number two is letting go of the limiting beliefs. Yeah. Number three.
Don't care who gets the credit, and you'll be surprised at how much can get done.
Don't care. Right.
In politics,
type in the chat.
Yeah, in politics, everybody wants to get the credit. Yeah, I put in that street light. Sure you did. You and about 1,000 other people who work towards that, you know?
Yeah.
I really believe in faith, and that God will give you all that you need to get what you need done if you ask him to do it. A lot of people put it into the hands of the universe. You know, the universe will come to your rescue. Well, I say God will. And so and the other thing about God is he's in the Bible, it says, given it shall be given to you. I think I'm, with the resources I have, I'm a big giver. I don't care, you know, if I listen and God says, do this, give this, I give it. I don't know how much time I have. Can I tell you just
please
story?
do. Yes.
It's a real short story. So I'm in a gallery, an art gallery, and you've seen my painting. I love this guy's art. His name is Robert Lynn Nelson. He's Hawaii's favorite artist. He does this undersea, oversea, two world stuff. It's extremely beautiful. He's the most copied artist of the 20th century. And I saw a piece of his work 25 years ago in a gallery in Carmel. And I go, how much is that? And they said it was like $150,000. And I said, well, I guess I'll never own anything from him. So then I saw a little piece about the size of a cigarette package in a frame. I said, how much is that? That's $5,000. I said, well, I guess I'll never have anything of his. But I loved his work. Come to find out, he's from Ontario, graduated from high school here. Didn't know this then. But I'm doing a wedding for free for a friend, you know, and I'm at the wedding party. A guy asked me, hey, so what you doing lately? I said, well, I'm going to Hawaii tomorrow. Oh, really? My best friend lives in Hawaii. Robert Lynn Nelson. What? He sets me up with Robert. Cheryl becomes his official, Robert Lynn Nelson's official headshot photographer. Today, Robert Lynn Nelson is one of my brothers like you. And I have his work. I have his work. And I got to tell you, that's God blessing me like I would never have believed it. And I think it's because when God tells me to give, I give. I don't even question it. I just do. And people are so worried about that, you know, get all you can all you get, sit on the can, that they won't do when they're really moved. And I do it all the time. And I don't ever regret it. So I just think that those are 4 things that I think I've already told you.
And there's one that you taught me, and I even did a video about it. And I think let's just add that because I think it's really big. It's always show up. Always show up.
Yeah, always show up. Yeah. If you say you're going to do something, don't be there. Yeah.
Yes. Share with us just real briefly the one where you showed up when they had the I guess they had that not a riot, but they had people protesting on the freeway.
Well, it was actually on Euclid. And so on Euclid Avenue, there was a Black Lives Matter back when, I'm talking about almost 10 years ago. It's got a kind of an unfortunate ending, but well, anyway, there's this Black Lives Matter thing going on, and I stopped. But you have to go 5 years before that.
Mm.
I got held up. I was coming out of a store. I was coming out of a laundromat, and these two guys in their early 20s said, "Hey, excuse me, I'm in a suit, you know. I got my laundry on my back." And these guys
Right.
go, "Hey, are you? You have any money?" And I said, "Yeah, I've got some money." And they
Mm.
go, "Well, let us have it." And these are menacing looking 20-year-olds or something. And I go,
Mm.
"Okay." I threw my stuff on the ground, and I took off my jacket and I threw it on the ground, and I said, "I've got money. You're going to have to take it."
Oh, wow.
And they went, "Oh man, look, we're not here to rob you or nothing. We don't really want it." I said, "Okay, then what do you want?" And they said, "Well, we're just hungry." I said, "Okay, well, look, there's a restaurant right here. Why don't we go in and have lunch?" And I sat with them for about 2 hours and just listened to their stories, and that was it. And we shook hands and hugged, and I told them, "If you're ever hungry, I'll be happy to have lunch with you." And I never saw him again. About 5 years later, there's a Black Lives Matter thing happen in the street. Our main street, which is huge, is backed up for miles. And I'm driving, and I go, "What the heck is this?" And I pull over to the very front of the protest. And I said, "What are you guys doing?" And they said, "Well, this is Black Lives Matter, blah blah blah. We're stopping. We want Ontario to care, and we want Ontario this." And they said, "We want to talk to the man." I said, "Well, who's the man?" They go, "We want to talk to the mayor." I said, "Well, I'm the mayor." And I was dressed in like a Charlie Sheen shirt and a baseball cap. They go, "You're not the man." I said, "I'm the man." They go, "You're not the man." So I said, "I am." So then this guy comes running over the top of cars with no shirt on, a bandana, the megaphone. He's yelling all this stuff. And they go, "Hey, Knick Knack, this guy says he's the man." The guy jumps down off the cars and he looks at me and he goes, you're Mayor Paul, aren't you?" And I go, "Yeah." And he goes, "It's me, it's Knick Knack." And I go, "What?"
Oh, my
He
gosh.
goes, "Remember you took me to lunch?"
Wow.
Yeah. So I started laughing and I said, "Yeah, I remember." And as he's going, "No, this is the man. This is the man." He took me to lunch. So we had a conversation right there in the street. And I told him, "No, dude, you know me. I care. We care." And he goes, "Yeah, okay." So he dismissed the riot. He
Wow.
dismissed it. And then years later, I mean, then they left. They left. Now you got to understand, we had helicopters in the sky and SWAT
Oh,
officers
my
with
gosh.
rifles pinned on everybody at the time, and they're
Wow.
calling me on the phone, going, "Get out of there! Get out of there! You got to get out of there!" And I go, "No, I know these guys." So they left.
Wow.
So then about, oh gosh, another 8 years later, it started happening again. Just not that long ago, they were going
Mm.
into towns and they were, kind of really messing with towns. And he called me and he says, "We got to talk." And so I had a meeting with him, and it was kind of broadcast live with our police chief and him and Nick Knack. And so he called off anything negative happening in the city of Ontario because of our relationship.
Mm.
But had I not shown up on the street,
Show up.
I was being told, "Don't go." And I'm going. It doesn't matter. And then, but here's the sad part is that Nick Nat called me about 3 years ago. It was during COVID, and he went to the hospital. He was trying to get in the hospital. They wouldn't let him in because they profiled him, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh,
So I went in and I told him, either you let him in or I'm gonna get a lot of trouble here. So they let him in, and then I had to go to my house in Ojai, and they kicked him out the next day from the hospital, and he died.
oh.
He was 35. Yeah, so that's the bad part of that. But the good part was that when you show up, when somebody's, it's if you show up most of the time, it turns out good. Even if it's the
Well,
class,
right.
I mean, you're supposed to be in class. Show up,
Yeah.
you know.
Mayor Paul, and thank you, Rex, for being part of this as well today. Mayor Paul, you continue to shine as a model of excellence leader in the city of Ontario. I know there are people that are very, very into spirituality too that would love to join your live stream. So please share with us for those that want to join and be even more connected spiritually. Tell them a little bit about Hope chapel, and when and where, if they're in town, they can actually show up in person, and or how they can join the live stream on a weekly basis on Sundays with you?
Yeah, I'm a teacher. I'm not one of these, rah-rah preachers. I'm a teacher. So I will teach you the Bible. I think that with the more you know, it's better than me just kind of rah-rahing you up. 10 o'clock Sundays, 10 a.m., 10 to 11:15, and you can watch us live on Facebook Live.
Mo Rock
Chapel, Ontario.
Mo Rock's giving you some love, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune. He is giving a TED Talk in, I'm sure what state that is in. Ava, do you know?
Atlanta. We're in
Atlanta. I was right.
Atlanta.
He's giving a TED Talk in Atlanta. If not be, he would be. He's on the road right now. If not, he would have joined us live in the studio. So, Mayor Paul, thank you so much for being with us here today. And
can I tell people that you're an awesome brother? He's never let me go. I've been a bad brother at times. He's an awesome brother, and always comes back and reminds me how close we are. Thank you.
Beautiful is watching.
And Mayor Paul, I just want to take a moment to say thank you. My name is Ava. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, and thank you so much for your inspiration, your story. I was just in the back, just listening to everything, soaking it up, and showing up is what I'm taking away. When you show up, good things happen.
Yes.
Well, people ask the mayor to go somewhere. If I don't show up, they get a bad thought. I need to show up at least. What else? What's hard with that?
And for those of you, yes, for those tuning in, just you might not have seen it, but you can go on social media. Mo Rock, the Los Angeles Tribune, and Ava, and the entire organization of the Los Angeles Tribune has awarded and recognize Mayor Paul Leon with a Lifetime Achievement Award Lifetime Achievement Leadership Award by the Los Angeles Tribune. So let's give a round of applause for that. And we know that this is just the beginning of great things to come. Thank you so much for your time, and we will see you soon.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. And thank you, LA Tribune.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team. 2.5. Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune.
We are live.
Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism.
Incredible shout out to the incredible organization, the Los Angeles Tribune CEO, Mo Rock. And I don't know if it's an anniversary, but so much is happening right now with the Think and Grow Rich movement. And a huge acknowledgement to Satish Verma, CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute. I am success coach Kaya Redford and creator of Top Producing Faster to Your Wealth and Freedom, where we help entrepreneurs, leaders, influencers, and salespeople break through to their ultimate vision, which is wealth and freedom and whatever the goals are. In addition to that, I have an incredible leader, Angel, and his wife, Patty Hernandez, who I would love to introduce you today and to learn a little bit about him and what they're going to teach you about building your wealth and how his life and his story has been so connected to the journey of Think and Grow Rich and personal development. So we're going to get into all these topics. First, let's get into this incredible leader, Angel Hernandez, dynamic duo in real estate based in Whittier, California. They have generated, listen to this, over $130 million in sales. Would you be impressed if that was over a lifetime? You would. They've done it every year. Yeah. $130 million in sales per year, which is 250 properties every year, earning $2.5 million in commissions, and that doesn't even include what they do with that money and flips and all these other things. So they have been in real estate since 1995. They are among the top 1% of realtors in the area. They have 3 adult sons that are also involved in their operation. They have over 45 licensed professionals. And what I want us to get into today is really how, right? You know, how you're able to achieve a goal of wealth in real estate, how to buy real estate, how to make a decent profit. This is what he's going to teach us today. Not using your own money, using hard money, and to do it again, make a profit again, and then turn that into buying real estate to hold for passive income for a lifetime. Even before we get that, I know that you have been through a journey of growth. You struggled, and let's really get into Think and Grow Rich.
Yes.
And how, you know, all this work that you do, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the breakthroughs and the turning points in your life. So if you don't mind, I always tell people, were you born from wealth? The answer is usually no, right? So Angel, say hi to our audience. We're all grateful for you to being here, and just share us, like, you know, what are the adversities and tough times you faced, and how that book, Think and Grow Rich, helped change your life.
I'm going to tell you right now, by the way, you know, without Patty, there'd be no Angel. So Patty's the boss. You know, unfortunately, she wasn't able to be here with us today. And just to reconfirm all those numbers you just talked about, when you Google Angel and Patty Hernandez and you click on the Zillow link, you'll be able to see the production's there. I'm not lying about it. But how it started, wealth wasn't in my family. We were raised very poor. So what happened was, somewhere along the line, you know, this is 1986. Real estate was beautiful. 1990 hit, first recession of my life. Me and Patty were married with 2 little kids, and literally we had no money coming in. I remember Patty would go to the cheese line, government line, and they'd give us food, right? Cheese and bread. It was bad. So I would borrow money from my dad, pay him back, borrow money from friends, pay them back. It was a real bad time of my life for me and Patty. So what ended up happening was somebody gave me the book, Think and Grow Rich. When I read this book, it completely changed my life. And I'll tell you why. Ever since 1990, everything I do every single day is planned on an agenda from the beginning of the day. And some people stop at 6, not mine. Mine goes all the way to the time I go to bed. And I do this Monday through Friday, and even sometimes on the weekend. With the book, it also taught me that I got to set goals. In my life, everything I do has a goal. And through the book, I'm able to achieve my goals every single time. Yes, life is not perfect. Sometimes it comes short. That's life. We got to live through it. And that's how I achieve my goal. And by the way, these times right now are very challenging for a lot of people. And how I'm achieving with my book, that book that I reread it again 2 days ago because I needed to get prepped. I'm ready to go. This market's going to be amazing for me and many others.
Yes. So I know that we talked about Think and Grow Rich and the decision and faith and persistence and never giving up. What would you say are some of the principles, or maybe one principle that comes to mind that really honing in on that was really a change in your life?
Those were the 2 I just mentioned.
Yeah.
Goals and an agenda. If you do not have an agenda, when you get up in that morning, if you don't know what your day is going to be like, if you are not prepared, you've already failed. So when my day starts in the morning, I know what I'm going to start doing from the day, and that's how it moves forward and then follows the goals. This week's agenda has been set for me. I already know what I'm going to do all the way to Friday, and each day giving me 3 hours. Like for today, I have 3 hours. If I get that call and says to me, Angel, I want to do a transaction with you. I am like a floating aircraft carrier in the water with the jet ready to go at any given time, ready to go to battle. In this case would be go do a transaction with the client.
Go do a transaction. Wow. And I know you mentioned you even plan what you're going to do when you get back home. Right? Just even your downtime, you plan.
And that was
what did they say?
But yeah, that's exactly it.
Having a failing to plan is planning to fail, right?
Exactly.
Exactly. Wow. Wow. And so in that, you get gathering all this wisdom and how you plan your day. You know, something I wanted to ask you about, because I find a lot of people are busy. You know, they're productive, they're doing. But then what we find out, you know, with this Pareto principle, and you and I talked about this too. The Pareto principle is saying that 80% of your results are going to come from 20% of your efforts. Where are you putting that effort in that certain activity that is driving your income and your wealth? And you talked about income producing activity, and you do this thing in your calendar.
Correct.
Yes.
So here it goes. So many people do activities. Mine on my calendar, nobody had what I needed. So I created my own on Google Docs. So when you go to my calendar, my team can see anything that's yellow is a money producing activity. And half of my calendar is yellow, income activities. So every time I make, like today, I got 25 yellow calls to make. Truthfully, I'm not going to be able to get to them. So I created a system with the push of a button. All the clients are going to get the same message, but it looks like I'm personally sending them to them. Once again, utilizing the agenda and making yellow my money-making activities.
Wow. Awesome. So with this structure, with systems, with automation, you have, and based on Think and Grow Rich, you know, a path to wealth. And obviously we know real estate is one of the best ways to create wealth. You've created a system for people to buy real estate, flip it, turn it over, get a decent profit, take that money, reinvest it, and then do it over and over again to a point where they can literally invest it and buy it, hold, and have residual passive income. What are some of the steps and or tools or strategies that, and I know that it's probably a whole day, 2-day, or a 6-month project to do with someone, but where does someone start? Someone who literally has no money, I don't know, maybe doesn't even have the credit. How does someone think and grow rich in real estate with today's success strategies?
Simple process. And here's what you would do. You would be using someone else's money. And what we would do is we find you a property that needs to be fixed. Needs a little bit of love, okay? We fix the property. They would be fixing the property. We would then sell it, make a profit on it. We do this 2 or 3 times, utilizing other people's money. What we do next is when we have a certain dollars amount in the bank ready to go, now we find another property that we're going to fix. We're going to turn around and we're going to keep it, okay? Because you took somebody else's money and your money. We're going to fix it. That property is now going to become a rental property for you. That's how I help my clients start building wealth. Now, once they borrow money out of it, they'll be able to utilize that money to buy something else. It's pretty easy. And a lot of people ask me, well, where do I get other people's money? And that's the part where we use hard money to help the client find a house. I'll give you another one. I have a lot of entrepreneurs at today, they're renting properties and the windows opened up for them. And we get them what's called, well, it's an SBA loan. Like, for example, my building, I own it. You know, I bought it for $600,000 and I only put 5% down. That's available if you're going to utilize the business. So if you are an entrepreneur, stop renting, buy a piece of real estate and pay yourself. This will become your personal property. When you do this, wealth will develop. You buy a property today, 4 or 5 years from today, it's going to be worth $300,000 to $400,000 in equity. And that's how you build wealth.
There you go. The success strategies from someone who is making $130 million in sales per year, 250 plus transactions. That is incredible. So I know that you have helped people, and you know, people have a lot of fear in getting involved in real estate for the first time. They don't know what to do. How can someone find information from you and at least maybe get started? How do they get started, and what tools? I mean, you obviously shared some tools and some ideas. Where do they find you, and how can they get started from ground zero?
Easy. They can contact me and I will give them the pattern on how to do this. I will help them find that first property. I will help them fix that first property. And if there's enough equity, they can always keep that property, or we'll sell it, create a profit for them, and then get into the next one. How they're going to find me? You Google Angel and Patty Hernandez. Can't miss me. I'm on everywhere you Google. Google is everybody's friend. That's how you find people. You'll find me. From Google, you also can go to my Instagram page, which is Angel and Patty _ real estate. We show a lot of people how to do it there. And you can also go to my Facebook account, which is, I got two, by the way. It's Angel and the little symbol and Patty Hernandez. That one was hijacked. Somebody took it. But there's another one that's Angel, and you spell the A-N-D, Angel and Patty Hernandez, and you'll see that is my current account.
Amazing. Amazing. So I am looking to, hopefully, if time permits, to put a panel together later today. And I know that we have incredible events that we're doing with the Los Angeles Tribune. Again, shout out to CEO Mo Rock, and then also Think and Grow Rich Institute. Shout out to CEO Vatish Sarma. We are going to be doing some live events. So definitely you want to stay tuned, and hopefully we can do a panel today, later this evening, and I will reach out to Angel if he's available to jump on at some later point today. We will stay tuned on that. Any final thoughts? I know something else you do very big for people is you do philanthropy work, Angel. You give away supplies every year for schools because you're really about helping the kids. If you don't mind just touching on that, and then what we'll do is we'll stay in touch, and hopefully if we get a panel together today, we'll have you on that panel as well.
You got it. Did you want me to tell them about what we do?
Yeah, just a little bit about what you do.
Well,
for
make
schools.
it brief.
Yes.
So
yes.
What we do every year consistently prior to school starting, we give away school supplies and backpacks and snacks. You know, it's for the community. We do it for Whittier, but people have heard about it and they come from all over the place. And I think this year we gave about 200 backpacks. So
wow.
Previous year we gave out 100. We ran out. So this year we got an oversupply and we ran out again. So every year we do that consistently, and it's amazing how people are grateful. We actually put a video on our social media for each event so you could see it there.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Angel. I know we haven't met your wife here on the live, but I'm sure
you can see her behind me. See,
she's on here. Yeah, they're on. They got TV shows going on in the background. This is incredible. Thank you so much for sharing your Think and Grow Rich story. And
Pleasure.
Stay tuned. And we look forward to seeing you guys at a live event. Angel and Patty and I, and also Think and Grow Rich and the Los Angeles Tribune are talking about putting more events like this together where we get to know Angel even more intimately so he can help you in your life think and grow rich too. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
So how's everybody doing so far? Aren't you loving this? We've had some incredible guests, starting with Metta this morning and the mayor of Ontario, Paul, and now the last two guests. You know, I mean,
it just keeps getting better and better and better.
It sure does.
We have someone who's joining us momentarily that has viral videos with millions of views. And he is a relationships expert. He is also a fan of Think and Grow Rich. And he's going to teach us and show us how to have breakthroughs, so that you can have rich relationships in your life.
Who is
His name is, and let me just see if he's here yet. Yes, and I will have to say, and I will let you all know when he arrives. And momentarily, I've actually gone through his program myself because I needed myself to learn and to grow. And so I am going to bring to the stage this incredible man, this incredible leader, adding him to the stage. Mr. Paul Sterling, author of Argue Less, Love More. I have an personal experience with this man. I literally coached with him. There is his award-winning, best-selling book. I personally coached with him for about 1.5 years every single week. So talk about consistency. I think I have done 52 private sessions with this man. So I know that some of you are impressed by, oh, I worked with a coach for a month. I worked with a coach for 2 months. I've done 8 sessions or 2 sessions. I've done 52. So I have invested an enormous amount. And to be vulnerable here, I think we all have an area of our life where we're challenged. And for me, being career-driven, being goal-oriented, and helping people has always been my passion. The area that I have probably not allowed myself to grow in is in the area of opening my heart and relationship, and most importantly, my relationship with myself. So Paul came into my life at a time when I was like, I don't want to face that stuff. I don't want to deal with that stuff. I just want to focus on this, build, go, build the empire. He has, I'm going to share with you his bio. Let me just do the bio, and then can I share with you a couple of the breakthroughs? Yes, Rex, you wanted to jump in. You're on mute too, Rex.
Let me just say that this appears to be a match made in heaven. And so I'm going to go in the back and let you two guys just really talk.
Oh, thank you so much, Rex.
The connection that you have is so valuable and powerful. I want everybody to experience it just first and foremost. So
yes, and feel free to jump in, Rex, at the end and maybe ask 1 or 2 questions to Paul.
I'm happy to. Thank you. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you. So, Paul, let's talk about this incredible leader. Paul was the captain of an 80-foot commercial fisherman in Alaska, where he took a workshop with Tony Robbins. Meeting and later working with Tony Robbins totally changed the course of his life. He switched directions and wrote the best-selling author. He was actually a best-selling author of a book on relationship communication, which right here, Argue Less and Love More. He's also an inspirational speaker. And his videos on intimacy, look him up, has been seen by over 6.6 million people, 6.6 million times. His passion in communication intimacy, I'm definitely going to share with you some of my breakthroughs. Coaching couples from around the world that come to him that they either are in love or they want to maintain their love or they want to have a relationship that's exceptional, or they're in dire straits and they have relationships that are in breakdown, right? He helps people all across the board and they're having a hard time getting along. He helps them clear these issues, resolve those conflicts, and turn those things around so they can remember why they fell in love in the first place. So you can find out more about his courses and his one-on-one. He's got a gift for you today as well. He's got many gifts for you today. His courses and one-on-one personalized private coaching sessions, you can go to arguelesslovemore.net. So www.arguelesslovemore.net. And you get a free copy of his book. You're giving a free copy of your book. Oh my gosh. Free copy of his book, Argue Less, Love More, at arguelesslovemore.net/free book. So we'll put those in the chat. I just want to share. So what he's going to share with us today is you're only one breakthrough away from a rich relationship. Can I share? Well, first, how are you doing, Paul?
I'm doing exceptional. I'm so glad, Sir Kaya, to be on this call. I looked at who else is speaking. I'm blown away by the caliber of people and the whole concept of Think and Grow Rich was one of the earlier books I read on personal development. I became a personal friend of somebody that we both know, Bob Proctor.
Yes.
Proctor, who touched my heart and my life. And Tony Robbins, the bio sounds like Tony came to Alaska. No, he did not come to Alaska. I went to him. So
You went to him.
Robert
Well-
Kiyosaki was the first guy I studied with, and he did come to Alaska, and then he introduced the work of Tony. So anyway, go ahead.
Yes. I honestly, I'm just blown away and so honored for you to be here. So let's give a shout out to Think and Grow Rich Institute, Satish Verma, and then also the CEO of Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock. He's giving a TED Talk right now in Atlanta. That's the only reason why he's not able to be here right now. And his powerhouse, Ava, who is with us, that is literally brought this whole event together, and Rex for all the love and the tremendous support he's given to this. So we have incredible speakers. Actually, after you, we have Mark Victor Hansen, right? 400 million books sold with Chicken Soup for the Soul. We have Marianne Williamson, presidential candidate, joining us live at 2 p.m. And then incredible people like Les Brown. And Paul, you are in that group. You know, you are in that group. You've changed my life. You've taught me so many things. And I know that you're going to talk about how your one-step breakthrough to having a rich relationship. I would say you've helped me become a better listener. You've helped me get out of my head and go into my heart. You've helped me.
Just for what?
I don't want to start crying here, but there's just so many breakthroughs that I've got from you.
The important thing is most people think they are good listeners already. So what did change? What does it actually mean to be a good listener?
The big thing for me is, and I'm not even saying this is what you taught. This is how I interpreted it, is you taught me empathy. You taught me to really step in someone else's shoes. My partner Veronica is an example, and in my sons, I have an incredible relationship with my sons, Kaya, who's now 25 years old, and Timur, who's now 23 years old. My ex-wife, Rosemary. You've helped me understand that by listening, I get to let go of my own thing, and I get to step into their world and feel what they feel, the impact. You told me the impact. What is your impact? It's not about right or wrong, Kaya. It's not about what you say or what you do. It's about what's the impact you have on the other person, and to be in their shoes and feel it. And another amazing thing you've taught me is you said, okay, when you get into a dispute, when you get into an argument, they're saying this and you're saying this, and you're trying to up each other. And you said that for you to be, I mean, there's so many things that you can listen with your head and you can respond with your head. You can listen with your hurt, and you can speak from a place of your own hurt, or you can listen and respond from your heart. And so, and then another huge thing, this was a big one, because I'm a high D. What's a high D? A high D is a dominant, call it intense go-getter personality. And you said, when you, Kaya, are communicating and you want to get your point across, and someone's cup is already full because they haven't had a chance to talk, they haven't a chance to express what they're feeling, you haven't given them the space to empty their cup, they can't hear you. So what I learned from you is slow down, listen, allow the love of my life, allow my sons to empty their cup, to share what they feel, so that when their cup is empty and they feel seen, heard, understood, and valued, only then will I be able to create the space where, you know, my voice can be heard in the conversation too. So I don't want to take away your teaching, because I mean, like literally, I mean, I have a year and a half of your coaching in my subconscious, but I want to shut up, and I want them to hear from the master trainer, the man that is a best-selling author, the man that has shared the stage and done relationship coaching with the top of the top in the world, the man that has over 6.6 million views. You can go and watch his videos now. I want you to share first, what is your story around Think and Grow Rich, and let us know about Paul, the own challenges that you experienced on your own journey, what were your turning points for you? And then let's dovetail into the breakthroughs on how to have rich relationships.
Well, part of my journey has been with great mentors. You know, early on, and actually another one of the speakers was DC Cordova, who came to Alaska with Robert Kiyosaki when I first went through the course called Money and You. And that was the opening for me. And Kaya, you said it so well, that there's 5 breakthroughs. And the number one breakthrough that people need is a breakthrough in the way they communicate. And it doesn't matter how much you think you heard them, if they don't get it, that you got it. The important thing is they get it, that you got it. And there's a way of listening from your head. When you listen from your head, you can feed back the words. But when you listen from your heart, there's a point where you listen and you go, oh, no wonder Kaya's upset, or Veronica's upset, or your kids are upset. Like when you really enter their world, you move out of the reactive communication up to responsive or resourceful. And so when you transform the way you communicate, you stop communicating at people and you start communicating with people. The second breakthrough is a breakthrough around behavior. And does your behavior support the relationship or sabotage the relationship? And let me back up, Kaya. You asked a little bit about my history. I did not start out to be a relationship coach. I was a commercial fisherman in Alaska. My dad was Irish alcoholic. He had a big heart, but he could be a real ass. And it was never good enough. And so what I learned growing up in my communication was the best defense is a strong offense. So I could be really offensive. That was called divorce number 1. And then I went through 4 broken engagements until I discovered somebody called Marshall Rosenberg and learning about nonviolent communication. And it changed my whole relationship in the world of communication. So we start with breakthrough number 1, communication. Breakthrough number 2 is in your behavior. What are your daily habits? What are your patterns? How are you behaving? Do you show love to your partner? Because your partner's always asking one question. Do I matter to you? And they're not looking for your answer verbally, although that helps, but they're looking at in your action. Are you giving them the time, energy, and all the rest of that? The third thing is in your beliefs. And by the way, I think it's number 10 in the Think and Grow Rich that Napoleon Hill had, but it's your partnership. Because the partnership you have with your lover, your wife, your husband, that has a huge impact on your ability to succeed in the world of business. And if you make all the money in the world and you have a terrible relationship, and I've helped a lot of people that are like financially rich and relationship poor, have that breakthrough. And it takes a breakthrough in our beliefs. And when we have that breakthrough in our beliefs, then we can go up to the benefits. Now, there's only one reason to be in a relationship. And I know this sounds kind of odd. What's that one reason? And I originally got this from Tony Robbins, but is we're all in a relationship to get our needs met. And one of our needs is to contribute, meet each other's needs. Because if I'm only worried about me, I end up in a very narcissistic relationship and I'm no fun to be with. And it's a short-term relationship. But if I can get clear on my needs and my partner's needs, it transforms the relationship. And there are 10 top needs. There are a lot more than that. Tony talks about 6 of them, but I talk about 10 of them. And it's important to know what your needs are and what your partner's needs are. And the more that you can have a breakthrough around that, the better your relationship becomes. So we have a culture that needs shame. So there's 3 levels: needs shame, needs embarrassment, and needs embrace. So when you're ashamed of your needs, you don't want to talk about them and you think there's something broken in you. That would be like, there's something broken in me that I need food or rest or relaxation or intimacy or comfort. So getting clear on our needs, moving out of shame, when we're embarrassed, what we want people to do, Kaya, is we want people to read our mind. Like, I need a hug, so I want you to read my mind, give me the hug without me having to ask for it. Because if I have to, and I'm a big guy, you're a big guy too. I'm 6'3", 230 pounds, big guy like me going, I'm hurting right now. I need a hug. I need some intimacy. I need to make love. I need to whatever, I have these needs. And before I learned about these tools, the way I would express them is I would get pissed off at my partner for not reading my mind, knowing what I wanted, and giving it to me without me having to ask. So, Kaya, when you were talking about being vulnerable, that's where it really starts. If we can get vulnerable and talk about our needs and make it safe for our partners to talk about their needs rather than shaming them, we get to number 5. First place, we start getting our needs met on a regular basis. And if you get your top 3 needs met, 60% of the time, you're going to have one of the best relationships in the world. And most people are silently settling and suffering in their relationships. They don't have the tools and technology. And you think about it, think and grow rich. Think and grow a rich relationship. Most people do not study their relationship. They put more time and energy into their golf game, their tennis game, their business. They hope and pray. Nothing wrong with hoping and praying, but they hope and pray that their relationship's going to transform, but they never invest, like Kaya did, the time, energy, getting a coach, getting a breakthrough. Like the other day, I was having a problem with my computer, and it would have taken me hours to fix it. It took me 2 minutes on a call with a professional, and they nailed it. So let me tell you a quick story, Kai. I have taught this to many different places. One of them was a prison in Golden. So this works with, I was teaching at the same time the Naropa professors, Naropa University, and I was teaching at the inmates. And I was headed down to teach at the jail in Golden. And I had breakfast, and I got some bacon stuck in my teeth. And I was like, what does bacon stuck in your teeth got to do with relationships? So I'm driving along, and I grab a business card, and I try to wedge out the bacon because it's irritating me with the business card. The business card got wet. And then I had business card wedged in between my teeth and bacon too, because I was using the wrong tool. So finally I pulled off, got out a toothpick, and in maybe 5 seconds got it done. When I was using the wrong tool, I probably played with it for 10 minutes, and it just made it worse. And see, most people don't have the right tools for their relationship. They never take the time and energy to learn how to communicate, how to change their behavior, how to actually identify what are the beliefs. Are their beliefs supporting them or sabotaging them? You have inside you something called the ROS, your relationship operating system, and it's made up of your habits, patterns, and beliefs. And until you've had somebody work with you, most of them are invisible, and most of them were created. Most of your beliefs were created by a 7-year-old. I knew growing up in my family, my parents loved each other, but they didn't get along. And after 18 years, they got a divorce, and it was an unnecessary divorce because they still loved each other. So is this all making sense, Kai? I just want to make sure. Anything else you want to add into that?
Your tools. So what are the principles what's a starting place? Who are the type of people that you would say are ideal for you to support? And number two, what's the starting place?
Well, number one.
Can I share one thing too? I love this. And I'm just, as you're speaking, I'm downloading literally and from my unconscious all these things. You said once to me, you're either the 3 C's. You're either, is it a 3 C's? You're either the catch, the compromise, or the catastrophe.
Exactly.
You're either the catch, the compromise, or the catastrophe. Being vulnerable here again. I think in my experience of being in a relationship, I think I lose sight of how I'm showing up. All right. And I lose sight of, we love our partner and we want them to be happy. And sometimes we also have our own wants and our own needs, our own desires. And so balancing your partner's wants, needs, and desires, and balancing your wants and needs and desires, and not always are those wants and needs and desires the same ones.
Yeah.
Right. And so sometimes in an effort to fulfill your own need, right? Like your need may be intimacy. Your need may be, more touching, more loving, more holding, more kissing, more all that other good stuff. Your need may be, I need some downtime. I need some alone time. I need a day just to myself. So based on those needs, they may not be the same. And so how am I showing up? Am I showing up as a catch? We all want the catch. We all want the perfect, amazing soulmate. They have whatever. They have, they're beautiful. They have the career. They have a good heart. They have we want this great person for ourselves, but who am I being? Who am I being to attract that person?
Challenge a little bit on when I say the catch. There's the Hollywood idea of the catch, the cheerleader, the quarterback, all the rest of that. That's not what I mean. I mean, the catch is somebody who brings the best out in you. Someone who sees you in a way that nobody else sees you. So it's not about, some of the greatest relationships are not the Hollywood gorgeous rich people, but they're the people that just adore each other.
Can I ask you a question about that? So you just gave me another breakthrough and we're here, a live interview. So I thought catch is, am I the catch? Am I the compromise? Or am I the catastrophe in a relationship? In other words, am I an awesome partner that a person would be super excited to be with every day? Or are they compromising? Are they giving up a lot just to stay in a relationship with me? In other words, they're suffering to a degree. They're having to go without some of their wants and needs to be in a relationship with me. Or am I the catastrophe, meaning I'm bringing nothing but heartache and drama and pain in their life? So what you did just now is you reframed catch. You said catch is not this Hollywood dream of an ideal soulmate partner. You said this, and please type in the chat. Catch is, by being in a relationship with this person, am I seeing the light in them and bringing the best out of them, or bringing the best out of myself?
Well, if I'm a catch for my partner, I see them and bring the best out in them, and they want to be a better person when they're with me. So a codependent relationship is, I can really love you, but I don't like who I become to be around you. That's you might want to repeat that, listen to that again. So
can you type in the chat, say that again?
I can really love you.
Yeah.
But I hate who I become when I'm around you. What I have to give up of myself. when I'm in a great relationship, I love myself better when I'm around you. You bring the best out of me. That's what a catch is. A catch is someone who brings the best out in you.
Can I make a suggestion? Because I have been coaching with this man for a year and a half already, straight every single week. I'm going to give this to the audience. If you're in the chat and you have a question to ask Paul that pertains to your, I don't know if Paul, if this is a good idea, a question that pertains to your relationship or something you're dealing with. I know that you are going to be gifting your book and also a way to get a hold of you and actually help someone with a breakthrough, a session or something. I think you talked about that too. But is there something that you want to type in the chat? One of the attendees here, that you have a question in regards to relationships. And while we're doing that, I'm just listening to you, Paul. So take this anywhere you want to go with it.
Well, if you think about it, almost every relationship problem starts when there's a breakdown in communication. And almost every relationship solution happens when there's a breakthrough in the way we communicate. Communication isn't the only skill that you need. It's one of 7, but it's the core skill. It's like oil in an engine. It's not what's driving the engine, but without oil, the engine won't run. And by the way, I see Doria there, Money and You. Money and You, by the way, that was the first, I just got chills. That was my wake-up call to this whole world of personal growth. And it introduced me to a whole new world of change. And here's the other thing, Kaya. If you want a remarkable relationship, you need to have remarkable relationship skills. It's that simple. You want to be a remarkable musician, you need remarkable skills. You want to be a remarkable athlete, you need remarkable skill. You want to be a remarkable business person, you need Think and Grow Rich skills. You know, you need to invest time and energy. And see, that's one of the things, Kaya, that you did is, even though it might have been uncomfortable for you and challenged you, but you
cried,
showed up.
I cried, and I purged. Okay, so just a little background. I mentioned yesterday a little bit about my challenge with facing my imminent life with open heart surgery in 2014. I didn't talk too much about my past, and my dad was a workaholic. He was always gone. My mom became an alcoholic. We lived in a third world country. She had no support structure. She didn't speak the language. She didn't know anybody. And he flew there with the family to do a third world country to do a project for 6 years, and then was gone. So she was alone, and she started drinking. And so we went through a lot of challenges as kids, my older sister, my older brother, and I. My parents they stayed married all the way through my dad passing away about 10 years ago. My mom's still here with us, thank God. My model of a relationship growing up was very extremely dysfunctional. You know, he was always gone. He was a very good provider in one way. But I won't get into the other stuff.
Yeah.
The trauma that we went through as kids is irrelevant to this topic, but it's really the marriage that I'm talking about. They were both unfaithful at a point, and they loved each other, but there was just a massive disconnect in communication. He was in his head, always in the project. And she didn't know how to voice her needs. And so by both of them not being able to voice their needs, they made poor decisions unknowingly that really impacted the 3 kids, myself, my 2 siblings. So my model of a relationship growing up was very dysfunctional. I didn't have the tools. And when I worked with you, Paul, for about a year and a half, and you shared all those tools, every single week was a massive breakthrough for me. Mm-hmm. And to think that this improves your intimate relationship with the person, your wife, your husband, your spouse, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your fiance. It actually shifted. I had a situation once where my son, my oldest son, had a very unfortunate experience. He went out and something bad happened. And I came to his rescue. I got a 911 phone call. I came to his rescue, and he was there, and he was so seethingly mad. He was exploding with rage, and I was trying to calm him down. I'm like, don't think of it this way. You're okay. And I tried to step in to be the coach, and he got more mad. I'm trying to help him, and he got more mad. Then he took all the anger and started to attack me. He started to say, you, and when you're divorced, and you weren't there, and this, and this, and this. And I just now was full-blown attack. I felt, okay, at that time, full-blown attacked. And then I spoke to Paul about it, and I had a massive breakthrough. And what I got from that was that your son in that moment didn't need you to fix nothing. He wanted to be heard.
Yeah.
He wanted you to just be with him and hold him and just love him like a dad and not like a coach.
Yeah.
And it is so shifted, this communication, this stepping into your heart and communicating with everybody. And I'm huge on the Course in Miracles and huge in Marianne, and I've kind of combined things, but it's been huge in breakthroughs. And I think you hold me and you hold your clients, Paul, accountable. You show us the blind spots. We're unaware of our blind spots. You're able to see things that we don't see, that's causing more harm to ourselves, more harm to others. And so, and you're an expert at this. I don't know what else I can say to that. You're an expert. As a result of you being in my life, I've drastically improved my relationships, and I so badly want other people to have to learn from you. And I know we could go on and on and on, and maybe we should share the link wherever they can find you. And I know that we have some other interviews coming up shortly, but yeah, Paul, I'm going to give you the floor back.
So first place, Kaya, thank you. Thank you for sharing your heart. There's an expression, I say, when I speak heart to heart, magic happens in my relationships, and one of the things, the way I learned this is the hard way. I was a commercial fisherman in Alaska. I was a badass. I would hold a grudge. I was obnoxious to be in a relationship with. I still periodically call my ex-wife and apologize for who I was and how I showed up. So I'm sort of the poster boy. If I can get it, almost anybody can get it. And the thing, Kaya, that I had to teach myself about what you were just saying, and I want people to write this down, and somebody could post it and all that, but it's like, if my partner or anybody comes to me in pain, I ask this simple question, because I'm like the answer guy. I want to solve the problem. I want to give them, I want to do the fix. I want to do that. It's like what I have to do, though, is ask this simple question. Do you want empathy or do you want ideas? Because my temptation is to go for ideas, and what 90% of the time people want is they want to be heard, understood, and valued. And if I really enter their world and hear their story, like what story are they telling themselves, I have this physiological reaction. I've entered their world, and I go, no wonder they're upset. Like your son, if you enter his world, it's like, I just need my dad. I just need to be heard right now. He might have been really pissed off at himself for screwing up or something, and he couldn't hear you because his own voice was so loud. And it's like, see, Kai, I'm going to ask you an odd question here. I know you've had a dog or have a dog, but the dog's like bones.
Oh, that was another big breakthrough. Type in the chat, please, everybody. You heard the question. Paul asked, do dogs like bones? Please type in the chat your response to that question. Do dogs like bones? My answer is going to be yes, they love bones.
And then what I ask is I go, if the dog had a choice between bones and steak, what would the dog take?
If the dog had a choice between bones or steak, what would the dog take?
And most likely, the dog would take steak. They settle for bones. They want steak. In relationships, we settle for making each other bad, stupid, wrong, attacking each other, being right, making them apologize, making them feel bad. What we want is we want empathy. We want understanding. We want connection. We want a place. We want a safe space for open and honest communication.
Wow.
So that you can feel, and Kaya, that's what happened with us working together. It's like you can feel heard, understood, and valued, not judged. There was never any judgment.
Can I share another breakthrough I had with you, Paul? Anytime we're having a dispute, you said, Kaya, are you making your partner your friend or your enemy in this dispute? That's number one. Please type in the chat. When we're having communication with someone, our loved one, our partner, where are we positioning them in this so-called argument or dispute? Are we positioning them as our friend or as our enemy? And another huge one, if you are working on, another thing you taught me, these are all directly from Paul. If you're working on something as a couple or in a relationship with your son or your daughter or your spouse, whoever, and there's a pattern that you don't, that's not serving, a pattern of whatever, alcoholism, let's say, or infidelity, or a pattern of anger, or loss of temper, a pattern of being triggered, whatever that pattern is it me and my patterns against you? Am I positioning where it's me and my patterns against my partner? Or am I going to side with my partner, me and my partner against the pattern? So I found myself a lot feeling like I would put the problem in the middle of me and my partner. I would put the problem in the middle. So now this problem separates both of us. And now it's really me and my problem against you. Mm-hmm. And then what, Paul, you taught me is, what if we take the problem in the middle of this relationship? What if we take the problem and move it to the side, and I bring you with me here? Hug, hold, embrace. We're one. And now we both together can face the problem where we're friends, not enemies. And so it's now, instead of me and my patterns against you, it's me and you against or dealing with the pattern. That was a huge breakthrough.
Yeah. And I watched somebody that they asked me to be on a call with this guy at one point, and he was an alcoholic attorney in Utah. And at 10 minutes into the call, he said, "Are you smarter than me? Do you think you're smarter than me and you're going to make me quit drinking?" And I'm like, no and no. And he was stuck with this pattern, and he made him and his alcohol more important than he lost his wife, he lost his kids, he lost his law license, all the rest of it. He wasn't able to break that pattern. And when I got to work for Tony Robbins years ago, Tony is a master of pattern interrupts.
Yeah.
That's one of the things he's so elegant at. So it's pattern, PIPR, pattern identify, pattern interrupt, pattern replace. Mm-hmm. And it's really so critical because our patterns, we're almost unconscious of our habits, patterns, and beliefs. And part of this whole process is making the unconscious conscious and making it visible. And then choosing, do I want this pattern? Do I want this alcohol or this behavior? And will it bring me closer to my goals? And will it bring me closer in my relationship? So it's understanding that's your ROS, your relationship operating system, and making the invisible visible. So I really love what this whole program is. I mean, I Think and Grow Rich was one of the earliest books I stumbled across, and it's kind of the foundation for almost all personal growth work that's happened since then. So,
well, thank you so much, Paul, for everything you do for me, and I'm hoping you can help other people. So let's share the link where people can find you and they can download your book that you're giving away free.
So Argue Less, Love More .net/free book.
Okay, now, I'm typing that up. Argue
Less, Love More .net/free book. Now here's the deal. The paperback, they can get it in the US. I charge shipping and handling for it, but I don't charge for the book. If they go on Amazon, they can get it for $20 right now.
So Argue Less, Love More .net/free book. Free book. Boom.
If they're outside the US, they can get the digital version for like $1 or $2. I forget.
Is that correct right there? Argue Less, Love More .net/free book.
And if they want a breakthrough session, so what happens in a breakthrough session? First, they fill out a survey. So what was that movie? Jerry Maguire, Help Me.
Yes.
Help you.
Yeah.
They fill out a survey, so I get to find out what's going on in their relationship. And then we have a breakthrough conversation. And it's about 30 to 45 minutes. And we look at which of the 5 breakthroughs do they need to work on. And what are the 7 skills that they need to do. And number one thing that I always coach people in is stop doing damage. Stop hurting each other. Hopefully that people will get the recording and watch this again or something.
We have an enormous amount of people on Facebook Live. I think we have 350 people that are actually tuned in live right now on there. And then if you add YouTube in it, I know this is going to get hundreds of thousands of views because that's kind of where it's already heading. Thank you so much, Paul, for your tremendous generosity and for everything you do for me. We're going to do incredible things together. And thank you again for CEO of the LA Tribune, Mo Rock, and his powerhouse, shall I call her a boss queen, Ava, who is really the integrator. He's the visionary and she's the integrator. She's making it all happen. And there she is, the incredible Ava. And please, let's bring on stage as well Rex. Rex
That's
is also
my cue, Paul. I just wanted to say hello to you. Been taking a lot of notes. Thank you for your generosity. You know, our theme for this day is generosity abounds. And thank you for being a fellow Money and You graduate with Mama Doria.
Yes.
So, yes.
So thank you so much. And Rex, say that again.
You get to be the next Money and You grad.
Oh, I'm in all things. I'm going to sound like Mo Rock now. In all things, Los Angeles Tribune, CEO Mo Rock and Ava, and all things Think and Grow Rich, Satish Verma. I'm in all of it. Our goal, one of the goals, is one of the people I would love to get on here, is the one and only Michael Jordan one of these days. Let's say that is one of our goals. All right. So thank you so much, Paul. People know exactly where to find you. This man will transform your relationships. Whether you have what did you say? You have the 3 Ps. If you're coming to him because you have a relationship creating possibilities, or what was the other one?
Well, actually, most people come because they got a problem. So
Right.
about 80 to 90% come from a problem. About 10% come to prevent a problem.
Prevent.
And the last group is about creating a whole new world of possibility for their relationship, taking it to the next level.
The 3 Ps. You either have a problem or you're going to have a problem. You want to prevent the problem, or you want to create a relationship of possibilities. Those are the three people that get to see you, Paul. Thank you so much. And I think we're going to go to a commercial break. And then we have Dr. Khalila Ali, the incredible former wife of the greatest Muhammad Ali, will be in the studio to share her transformational life in an era when it was a very different world, and how she is a fabric of American history. Then we also have Mark Victor Hansen, 400 million copies sold of the book, Chicken Soup for the Soul. What an incredible leader. And then we are going to finish it up today. Well, we do have one other leader that is a surprise guest. We'll share with you his name for a moment as well. And then we're ending up with presidential. Can you believe this? Can you believe it? Can we tear the roof off of this building? We have presidential candidate, New York Times bestselling author Marianne Williamson, that will be live. She's getting off the plane in the next few minutes, and she's going straight to a hotel, and she is going to be joining us live. I might even have Paul, if he's available, jump in a little bit on that. Marianne Williamson will be jumping on live at 2 p.m. and we are scheduled to go till 2:30 today, 2:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Shot out, and we are planning officially to end at 2:30. So I know that we've added a day and we've been experimenting, we've been having fun, but we kind of really mean it this time. 2:30
Yes,
might be really it, because hint, hint, Ava said to me, Kaya, yeah, I love all this. And we have a hard stop at 2:30. So we're going to have a hard stop at 2:30 because we also have another event called WOW. Paul knows Veronica Buccelli. So WOW is an event. Ava, you're invited. Rex, you're invited. WOW is an event for women of the world. We have an Olympic gold medalist woman. We have a panel with Lady J.B. Walsh. Lady J.B. Owen will be there, and a few other incredible women leaders will be there. I'll be giving a short little keynote for just 5 or 10 minutes. And we have a 10-course dinner. It's at the Taglion Complex in LA, which I haven't been there, but apparently it is. I've seen pictures. It looks like the Taj Mahal. It is a very, very bougie place, high end. We have a red carpet. The Los Angeles Tribune will be there. Red carpet, celebrity people. It's all there. And if you want information about that, I'm going to put in the chat the phone number to text, so you can join the. Yes.
It's just me. He's leaning forward. Like, where is it? What's the information?
So text this number. Text that number. Here we go. Yeah, that's the number. Oh, or did we put it back? So text that number, 626-329-8001. If you are in LA, red carpet starts at 2. The event, the dinner, and the incredible speakers, and the whole, we have live music, a band, and a whole bunch of stuff. All of that will happen around 6 p.m. So even if you're arriving at 6 p.m., you can still get pictures on the red carpet. Again, the Los Angeles Tribune will be there. And if you can get there as early as 2 p.m., then yes. Doria, today, October 18th, is the launch of WOW, Women of the World.
We'll get Mama Doria there, except she's in Maui right now.
Yeah, sorry. So if you can hire a Concorde, if you have a Concorde in your back garden, in your backyard, you can hire a Concorde and join us. So it's today, Wednesday, October 18th, from 2 to 10 p.m. It's at the Taglion Complex in Los Angeles. Red carpet, followed by speakers, 10-course dinner, all that good stuff. Yes, and that's it.
Look at her response. She'll have to bilocate from Maui.
Yes. So in the interest of time, we have Dr. Khalila Ali coming up, and we have another special guest, and then Marianne Williamson, and also Mark Victor Hansen, jam-packed all the way until the 2:30. So I would say let's send it to us to a commercial break. And Paul, final words.
Yeah, my final words are thank you to everybody that put this event on. Like, I remember Money and You was a turning point in my life. I remember my life before and after that, and before and after these events. So thank you, Ava and Rex and Kaya and everybody that we don't see that handled the logistics, all the little details that made this thing flow. There's a million people that make it happen. And when it's seamless, they hardly get noticed. But that's when they've really done a good job. So thank you, everybody. I look forward to talking to you. If you want a relationship breakthrough, I'd be honored to help you on your path.
And what's that website again? One more time.
ArgueLessLoveMore.net.
Yes, I'm looking.
We're very pleased to have you, sir.
Yeah, I screwed up. ArgueLessLoveMore.net free book, or ArgueLessLoveMore.info/breakthrough. Sorry, that's a little confusing. I've got many websites. So
okay. And if you have a challenge finding, I know you can download the book there. If you have a challenge finding a way to connect with Paul via that email, find him on Facebook, DM him on Facebook or Instagram, and he'll get your message and he can set up a chat with you. All right. Thank you. Commercial break.
Before we go, let me just say, Doria, if you can put your offer on the chat for the Money and You coming up in San Diego in November. Doria's always been generous. I am a scholar. My husband is a scholar of Money and You. She supported that scholarship. So it's happening in San Diego, November, I believe the week of 18th, somewhere there. Would love to have you put it on the chat, Doria. Okay, now we're going to go to our commercial. And we'll be back with Dr. Khalila Ali.
Dr. Khalila Ali. Woo-hoo!
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
There you go.
And we are live with the incredible fabric of American history, one of the most famous women empowered leaders that has walked the history of mankind, especially the fabric of American history. I'm going to introduce her to you in just a moment. And just before we do that, you might even take a peek at her name and figure out, I kind of know the last name. That's very, very familiar. So why are we here? We're here part of the Think and Grow Rich Institute. Shout out to CEO Satish Verma for literally carrying on the legacy of Napoleon Hill. And then also my dear friend, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock. As you may or may not know, I'm a success coach, Kaya Redford, for Fortune 500 companies, and the creator of a program called Top Producing Faster to Your Wealth and Freedom, helping leaders, entrepreneurs, influencers, salespeople break through. Really a lot to do with Think and Grow Rich, right? Breaking through those adversities, never giving up, and achieving their vision. With that being said, we're here to meet this incredible woman, and honestly, there is no description that could really encapsulate everything she's done. I will just say this. She just got a Lifetime Achievement Award by President Biden, and she is the former wife of the greatest, yes, the one and the only history maker, Muhammad Ali. Their marriage, their life at a time in history where it was a very different era, and they broke all stereotypes. She's internationally recognized as a humanitarian. She's a producer. She's a director. And she has literally had moments and times in her life where she sat down with and had intimate conversations with the likes of Dr. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, obviously Muhammad Ali. And then She was also in Ali's life at a time when he went through that tumultuous era where he refused to be drafted into the Vietnam War, and as a result was exiled out of boxing, went through tremendous adversity as a married couple, and yet then prevailed and became the greatest. She was also, if you know that there's a anniversary coming up very shortly for the Rumble in the Jungle in Zaire when Ali fought Foreman. And that whole thing, and if you've ever watched or seen the movie, Ali, starring Will Smith, you know who this woman is and what fabric of American history she's part of. She hangs out with celebrities, dignitaries, presidents of countries. I was just on the red carpet with her, hanging out with Tom Brady, and I could tell you, when anybody sees this woman and they're around her, they just fall in love with her. We've been in situations where we're sitting at a coffee shop having a meeting and she sees a homeless person. Next thing you know, she'll literally stop the meeting, get up, go up to that person, offer them some food, some coffee. So she has a huge heart of service. She also knows 7 languages. She's also a pilot. She's got a pilot license. She's a black belt in martial arts, personally trained by Bruce Lee himself. And one of my most favorite things is that she wrote all of Ali's poems and changed history. Dr. Khalila Ali, we are so honored for you to be here to share with us your wisdom and how also Think and Grow Rich had a huge impact on you and your life. How are you doing today? And if you don't mind, just get into it.
Greetings to you, Sir Kaya. I'm just honored to be here with you. We've shared a lot of good times together with celebrities and everything. Jane Fonda,
Yes. Sally Field, yes.
Brady, and for 80 for Brady, that was an amazing movie. I'm glad you was with me with that. I had to bring you along because you're a star in your own right, and I just admire you so much. Yeah, we've had a lot of time together. Thank you for bringing me on the show with you. You support me all the time and
all the way.
All the way. And
all the way.
You have friends that support you in your endeavors.
Yes.
Thank you.
So for you watching this, obviously we know a million reasons why we get to listen to her, but let's get specific. Okay. She's going to share with you the tools that she got, not only from all of her studies, also Think and Grow Rich, the tools and the strategies and the mindset to face the most difficult adversities in your life, which a lot of people are facing right now.
Yes.
And yet overcome those adversities and yet still become the greatest in the world. So that's what she's here to share. What are those principles and how you can do that? So if you don't mind, Dr. Khalila, just maybe start with how you met Muhammad Ali. And at that time, he was Cassius Clay, and how that all happened. And then the dark times and how you were able to face.
With all of that, I do have a nice book for you to read on that one. But
okay.
The most important thing, which I know you're after, and that is, all great minds think alike. And when we go down this road of success, turmoil, and struggles, we all have the same kind of link. When I read the Napoleon Hill, it was almost like me writing it, because
wow,
he stressed out 3 things that I know is very strong with me. And Mr. Hill, he put in the thing about spirituality or spiritual world. The spirit, that was what Ali and I had, a very strong spiritual impact, as well as being a partner. Me being his partner, who is a spiritual partner, a soul partner. And also that made it work because of the 6th sense that I had when it just came flooring out when he said he was the greatest. I had never heard anyone impact me like he did saying that word, because I think it all the time, but I've never said it like that. I was a young person, and I was a quiet, kind of shy, but inside my mind was boiling. and just waiting to break through. And I think meeting Cassius Clay at the time, he made that motor start clicking and everything. So with my, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
If you don't mind sharing, I know
Yeah.
you and I've had some chats. You have so many stories. You like hanging out with Elvis Presley as and you know, we have so much, but we want to focus on, because people get to look you up, get to find you, get to attend some of your events. We get to focus on what people need the most, which is less a little bit about the celebrity stuff, about facing adversities and overcoming them. And Dr. Khalila, you know, you and your former husband, right? You went through such difficult challenges, being in a very difficult time in American history, number one, and then also very controversial times, and also taking a stand for doing the right thing, which Muhammad Ali, his whole life was a representative of that. So what we'd love for you to do is there's so many things and so many different topics and so many incredible stories that you have to share. And yet there's one that I really would like the audience to get, because we're here talking about Think and Grow Rich and how to overcome adversities. And you and your former husband went through so much adversities. And so you're going to share, yes, the tools, the mindset, the wisdom around how to overcome adversities and how to still become the greatest in the world. Mm-hmm. So that being said, and I know you have a story about Muhammad Ali's name and how it even became that name. Please do share.
Well, first of all, when I first met him, he was the Golden Glove winner of the Olympics boxing in Rome, Italy in 1960. I was 10. So, but I didn't really know anything about. I didn't keep up with the Olympics or something then at that time. So he was a surprise to me when he came to the school and visited the Muhammad University of Islam in 1960. I was 10, he was 18 as a champion and gold medal winner. And the fact of it is, he came in saying, you know, my name is Cassius Marcellus Clay, and I'm 18 years old, and I'm going to be heavyweight champion for him 21. So get your autographs now, because I'm going to be famous. I go, what is this guy talking about? I mean, you know, it was something you think of, but you don't say it. You know what I mean? And it kind of opened the door for me, because I've always wanted to do the best I could be in America. I didn't know I had to make that decision then, but when I heard him, it inspired me to open up. And I said, you know, with a name like Cassius Marcellus, I mean, you know, I told him right away, I said, that's a Roman name. Do you know what Romans did to people? I was, you know, really in history back in those days.
Wow. And
history wasn't being taught in public schools at that time, but it was taught in our private school. So I told him, I said, hey, man, I said, oh, no. I says, you got a Roman name. You know what Romans did to people? I mean, are you proud of this, brother? You know, he said, I thought it was. I said, but man, they said, man, no, until you get a name of honor and until you get a name of respect. Matter of fact, until you get a Muslim name, you're not going to be famous with this name. You take that back with you. I don't want it. I tore up the autograph, gave it back to him. He said, oh, man, she tore up my name. What? Oh, my goodness. What was he? He got rejected by a 10-year-old.
Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me? Wow.
You know how you pretty boys get when y'all get rejected. You know how you do. You know.
Right. Yeah. Wow.
You know what that feels like. So he said, wow, who is she? You know, who is she? Man, leave that alone. You know, this 10-year-old, come on, leave it alone. Man, don't worry about it. She's probably trying to teach you something. He said, but she called me dirt, man. I mean, you know, why she gonna call me that? Why she had to say that? You know, so that moment at that time, a target, my forehead was a target. And every time he would come to the school, he would look, where's she at? Where she is the girl that told me name, where she go? So he was on a mission.
He was on a mission. Wow.
Oh wow!
So,
To get rejected like
so,
that.
so the first meaning is you're tearing up his name and giving him like a real ego check, and he's going to be the greatest in the world.
He didn't
Wow.
see that coming at all. He didn't see that coming at all. But
And
this is the thing. This is the thing. By him saying that, and I was bold enough to open up because I'm very shy, and I'm like, I don't really say that much. You know what I mean? But it's like it made me open up, like, and set this guy straight. I mean, come on, man. You know, you I just couldn't see him being famous with no slave name. You know what I mean? I'm all into that, the cultural thing. But
so how did the name he ends up with come about? What was
so he kept asking the leader, man, this little girl, she's still calling me Dirt. I mean, you need to change my name, man. She's probably right, you know, so why don't you give me a name or something? Because she's still calling me Dirt. I'm still Clay. So he decided to change his name. He said, you know.
And then I remember you sharing a story about his persistence when he met you. You were, you know, coming home from school, and you were, I guess, on the bus.
Yeah,
he was
following
you everywhere.
In my house, like a stalker.
Like a stalker.
Because I wouldn't get in his car. He said, "Sister, let me drive you home." It was raining and everything. I said, "Brother," I said, "my father didn't tell me to get in your car. I'd have to have permission from my father before I can get in your car. That's just something that's not going to happen." I said, I go to school. I go home on the bus all the time, and it rains. I'm not going to melt. Wow. And I get on the bus, and kindly got on the bus, and he followed me all the way on the bus. I go, my goodness. Wow. So this is the thing, my man. When I saw him, how aggressive and outgoing he was, that's the way I am. I just never did it like he did it. And it pulled something out in me. I did it as, but you know. So I'm saying this guy is really good opening up, telling people how he feels, being direct, because he's a master at his art. I mean, he was really a master at his art. That's why he could boast and brag so much, because he knew who he was.
Right. And we're going to tie this into the Think and Grow Rich, because I know that there's three of the 13 steps to riches that Napoleon Hill focused on. And I want us to tie into that.
Let me tell you about Napoleon Hill. Let me tell you, when I saw those steps, man, it was almost like I wrote the 3 of them. Wow. The spiritual step,
faith,
and the partner step, and the sixth sense step. It's something like I've already written those 3 by myself back in the day.
So tell us a little bit about the impact of faith. The
impact of faith is we have the same religion, and we was both impacted the same way. But he wasn't very educated on the Islamic part, and I kind of helped him rationalize the reason of my faith. Mm-hmm. And if he was good at rationalizing and standing up for the faith that he just walked into, along with my help, he would be even greater than just a fighter. I could see that. I said, man, I should jump on this. This man is like, he would be amazing. He would be bigger than just a fighter. I can see him being something bigger than that. I don't think he saw that. He saw that part in the boxing world, but I saw him in the real world, the humanitarian world.
So if you don't mind sharing, I know that there was a moment we talked about a little earlier where he refused to be drafted in the Vietnam War, and he was exiled from boxing, and both of you went from, you know, being at the height in the sport to basically having no way to even make any money and struggling. Tell us a little bit about that, because, you know, we live in an era today where a lot of people are facing tremendous amount of adversity. What were the things that you needed to do as a woman to support your man? And how is this so relevant today?
But what I saw in him, that's why I knew my place. I knew me being his partner would and sticking by him and supporting him in his adversity. Since we both on the same plane religious wise, that's why it's so good that have a partner in the same religion. You pray together, you stay together. It's kind of it's an intuitive thing. It's like soulmate kind of thing. That's where the partner part and Napoleon Hill thing, the partnership, it's a soul partnership.
Yes.
And if women, and I've seen women through the years, I've seen my mother and father support each other, as well as Abraham Lincoln and his wife supporting each other. I see Eleanor Roosevelt and her husband supporting each other. I mean, there's a team that's encompassed, that complements itself, and that like President Obama and his wife complements this, you know.
And I know another big one, the 13th one, the Sixth Sense.
Yes, the Sixth Sense is even better, because this is the thing. When you have something motivated in your mind and you can feel where you're going with this, you can almost tell which direction we should go in, the positive direction to go in. There was so much negative against him, taking everything, stripping him of everything. So wait a minute, you know, the fact that they're stripping everything, that means they cut him off of his money, they cut him off of his livelihood. And you know what, the fact that that's going on right now, we have to figure out something to get into something positive, turn it around, make him a people's champion, as opposed to the champion they wouldn't allow him to be, a working champion. So I focused on him being the people's champ. If he stick with the people, stick with his faith, stick with his belief, fight for that, and he becomes a people champion, it will overthrow everything. And I knew it. I knew it. When you see something, you know it, and you can see it, and you have no doubt about it, then that's when your success will rule. And you won't feel too much of the strain or the pain. You'll be focusing on what's to come.
Wow.
And that's that Sixth Sense that
Sense.
Napoleon mentioned. Perfect.
Yes.
We know what's going to happen. We know what's going to come. If we change this around, we can make it work. Even though we're struggling in between, that gives us life to move on. It gives us hope.
Yes. And if you don't mind, Dr. Khalila Ali, I'd love to show a couple pictures. So I'm going to share screen here.
Yeah, go right ahead.
And then maybe you can just take a couple minutes just to share a little bit about.
Okay. I can narrate the picture or whatever you like for me to see, because unbelievable. That's why it's so good to read books, because you know you get a lot of knowledge. You're not alone in this world when people think alike and they have experience.
Well, there's the first one.
Oh wow. That we have at that
No
picture,
wonder why he fell in love with you. Look at you.
Yeah.
Stunning.
They even say that we look like sisters and brother on that one.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
just
we had all
such
4 children on that picture.
Wow.
He
And
was
then
24.
I've got this one here.
Yeah, it's a good one. It was.
Yes.
We was living in Cherry Hill then, Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, very good.
And then we've got this one here, which is a book that you wrote, right? Undefeated. Finally,
I got a little time to heal and a little time to go over what happened to my life, and I had ups and downs. You know, you go through sadness and you go through disappointments and embarrassments.
Yes.
And even though we went through all of that, it was painful. But this is the thing: when you're a soulmate like that, and you've helped each other through thick and thin, it's something about just give forgiveness. You know, a woman should forgive the mistakes that they make, because we're both are human beings. We're gonna make mistakes. We all make mistakes. I'm not perfect. not perfect, but we have to deal with that and learn from it
Yes.
and be supportive of it. And so
Yes.
all the things that he did, I wasn't going to allow him to just disrespect me or anything
Right.
anymore. I said, look, man, we went through too much
Correct.
together. We went through so much together, and I'm not going to tolerate certain things, and you're not going to accept certain things. So we might as well just, forgive each other,
Yes.
friends of each other, because we have a family.
Yeah.
And
And you both gave
we gave our
gave
all.
and a tremendous gift to the world. And
More women should do that. When you're
yes,
divorced like that, if you don't even have children, it's good to still be friends.
yes,
And just be thankful for what we went through together, and still
yes,
support each other in a certain way, a respectful way.
yes.
And
And
that's what
and
we
Dr.
did.
Khalila,
Yeah.
I know that also that you have these projects, and you're a movie director, film director. You've got books, you've got movies. You help teach values, right? Like
Yes.
literal your old school values on how we
Right.
should really be living our lives. So let people know a little bit about what
Yeah,
are the
well, I had
causes
to
that you're
find.
championing.
Look here, Sir Kaya. Let me tell you something. When you've done all of this for all my whole lifetime, and then you have to get off that plane and get on
Yes.
another plane to figure out what you're going to do next. I went on and just decided to help children and people to
Yes.
be respectful and be kind and learn how to calm down,
Mm.
forgive each other, move on.
Yes.
And the way you can move on is help others to be respectful to each other and be kind to each other. Because no matter what you do, whatever profession you're in, you need to use those tools at all times. So I
Yes.
decided to go ahead and write a coloring book to teach adults manners and etiquette as well as children.
I love it.
Because we all need a little
Yes.
help to
Yeah.
enhance our character, a better
Absolutely.
character, right? And to have a good character goes with anything you deal with in life. My spiritual background teaches this to me. My religion teaches this to me, and all religious teaches to all the people out there too. All religions teach this discipline. And all I have to say is that I decided to go ahead and help kids do this. But most importantly, I'm fascinated with the film industry. I do have good things and bad things in films, but your children eyes are open to everything, and you have to make
Yes.
sure all this great energy they have.
Yes.
You want to make sure it's directed in the right direction.
Amazing.
Yes.
So Dr. Khalila, I know
Yes,
that
I
you
like to do movies.
yes, how can people find you? I know you're not hard to find.
Okay, well,
Where can they go? Yes.
Okay, well, I have an Instagram. It's
Okay.
Dr. Khalila Camacho Ali on Instagram. You can follow
Okay.
me there, as well as Dr. Khalila Ali on Facebook. But most
Okay.
importantly, I have a new website coming up. It's going to be mamaali.net. And you'll be able to get on there and see my book signings. And now the next thing, I'm coming up with some children's superheroes that actually talk to the children directly to help them
Wow.
with their kindness and the way they act, and to build
That's-
their character. We got some superheroes that really build their character. It just don't teach them right from wrong. It doesn't just teach them good fighting evil. It teaches them directly
Yes.
to stop them on the suicide mission, stop them on the bullying mission, stop them for being disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Well, Dr. Khalila, I know that you and we can go for a couple hours for sure, and we have. This is incredible. I know that it's been such an honor, not only for you to be interviewed here today, but for you to share the stage with us. And if for you listening today, would you like to meet Dr. Khalila Ali in person? She comes out to LA quite a bit. She's
I
been
do.
part of the Oscar party that we have every single year. And, so this would be an opportunity. So if you would like to meet her in person, whether you're in Florida or whether you happen to be in California or anywhere else in the world, I'm going to give you an opportunity to attend a free live event, which we're going to be hosting. And I'm going to be bringing her out, and also to be connected to the Think and Grow Rich movement, right? Let's give a huge shout out to the incredible leader, two leaders actually, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock as well. And we're creating a collaboration. So if you like to attend a free live event, definitely you want to attend. I'm going to give you a way to reach out to us. We also have for those of you that are in sales or you're in leadership and you want to learn how to communicate effectively to people, how to influence and how to sell to the 4 different personality types. We've got that as a gift for you, 1-page PDF. We also have a closed private Facebook group with all the top Think and Grow Rich people that are in, they're either in real estate or mortgage or financial services or network marketing. So you can be invited to that closed private Facebook group. And then having a strategy session. Maybe someone on our team can help you. So all of these free gifts are valued over $997, and it's all for you free. Just being a member and a fan of Think and Grow Rich, and also a fan of the Los Angeles Tribune. So go ahead and grab your phone and just text the word TOP, T-O-P. That's T-O-P. Text the word TOP to the phone number 26786. Text the word TOP, T-O-P, to 26786. And we will send you all those gifts, including an opportunity to meet Dr. Khalila Ali live in person.
I'll be bringing the books. I'll be bringing my books out.
She'll be bringing her books. Again, text the word TOP, T-O-P, to 26786. And these are all your gifts, thanks to Los Angeles Tribune and also Think and Grow Rich, the movement, the Institute. And I have just such an honor to be with you, Dr. Khalila. And let's go all the way to create more change in the world.
Thank you so much. And all I got to say is create a better character and be kind to everyone.
Yes. All right. We will see you soon. And Dr. Khalila, let's change the world, or shall I say continue, as you are doing such great things already.
Absolutely, Dr. Kaya. Thank you.
All right. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And we are here drinking Tyant water. I don't work for this company. I just drink it. So, by the way, was that interview incredible with Dr. Khalila Ali?
God, that was beautiful. That's so amazing. You asked such wonderful questions, and she gave such incredible answers. In my book, I write about Muhammad Ali because he was such an inspiration, and he thought himself the greatest and then made that happen. And so to have her, who was there with him in those earlier days, to share what that experience is like and to share of herself and her life. Wow. What an opportunity for all the rest of us.
Yes, absolutely amazing. And she is a super, super highly connected person. People fall in love with her everywhere she goes. That's when I met Tom Brady. I'm like, dude, it's Tom Brady. I've met Jane Fonda on the red carpet. I've met Sally Field. I remember as growing up as a kid, one of my favorite movies. Well, two of them. I think she was in the movie with a sinking ship. Not the Titanic. There's another one. It was an old movie.
Poseidon Adventure?
Poseidon Adventure. Wasn't she in that? I think she was in that. And then she was also in
that, but it's possible
not
because there are a couple of versions.
Yeah, and the movie Not Without My Daughter. And then when she won her Oscar, you love me. You really, really love me. Unforgettable.
But what's so amazing is that she had to overcome being the flying nun, which was entertaining and fun, but
Yeah.
became respected as a brilliant actress, and an actor, and that is no small accomplishment sometimes in Hollywood, who especially
Exactly.
has a history of pegging women in roles and not letting them get very far. So that was
Yes.
quite a moment for her.
Beautiful. So we are standing by for the legend author, the most grossing, the most selling author in the history of man. Actually, the second. We'll go. There might be one. There might be a book that has been distributed more than Chicken Soup for the Soul. There might be one or two only. Maybe the Bible. I don't know. Maybe the Quran. I don't know too. And definitely Think and Grow Rich. But behind that, the master, the legend, Mark Victor Hansen, and along with Mark Victor Hansen, Jack Canfield, right? They talked about the vision.
Yeah, together, yes. But in the end, we're going to be doing.
Yeah. So Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen co-authoring Chicken Soup for the Soul, and I remember they talked about their vision and having it on the vision board and creating the book, and then saying New York Times best-selling book. And this was all before the book had even come to reality. And I know that was a very impactful moment for me in The Secret. Watching that and hearing Jack Canfield in this case talking about that breakthrough. So today we have Mark Victor Hansen. I know he's
so amazing about Mark is that he is one of the most successful people, not only in terms of author, but all the numerous businesses that he and Crystal do together, and the great amount of philanthropy that they're known for. But he's such a humble guy. He's very professional at what he does, but he's very unassuming. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to even bring Mo Rock back. I know you don't know this yet, but we're having a surprise visit from Mo.
Mo's going to jump on the stage now.
He's going to be with us in just a moment.
Oh my gosh! Yes,
we got Mo coming, and
we got Mo. Yeah, Mo's got a question for Marianne. He has a question for Marianne, so I'm going to be jotting that down.
No, that is a question that I will be asking in a little bit. So
positive media.
Yeah.
For news to start reporting more positive stories. Correct. Yes. So type in the chat. Please type in the chat. What was your takeaways? What were your learnings from Dr. Khalila Ali? One thing I think I'll speak, and I'll look in the chat for those of you. I'm looking here. This chat has just been on freaking fire. I'm an LA girl. I grew up in the Los Angeles Tribune. What an honor it is to be part of it. International people, please. Yes, international. Yes. Pray together, stay together. Yes. So type in the chat.
While they're doing that, let's just say, I think I need to find from Ava. Are we ready with Mark?
We're ready with Mark. We're ready with Mark. Okay.
I'm going to disappear and be back in just a moment. So.
All right.
We'll see you.
Angeles Tribune page. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm just so excited because this next segment, Rex and a worldwide audience, is with somebody that we're truly honored and privileged to spend some time with. And when it comes to what kind of an impact have people made over the course of their life, not only are we honored to speak to literally the best-selling author of all time when it comes to the numbers, but besides the numbers, one of the greatest book series that have impacted and transformed lives, so it's not just the fact that it's the highest selling series of all time, but it's also the number of lives that have been saved. In fact, just a few months ago, we had an incredible on-air moment with somebody who said on air right here on the Los Angeles Tribune that their life was literally saved because of the work of this next gentleman. Literally, not my words, but the words of someone that we were able to connect to, the legendary Mark Victor Hansen, or MVH, as I like to call him. So, Rex, how excited are you to spend some time to speak to this gentleman? And I just have to point out, by the way, before we go to you, Rex, that I've had the privilege of speaking to so many incredible authors, thought leaders, speakers, legendary names in the field of personal development. And so many of them have been so incredible to speak to. And sometimes I speak to a well-known author or speaker, and I get an answer back that's kind of sounds like a Hallmark gift card, or I get an answer back that kind of sounds like you could grab a book, close your eyes, and put your finger on any page. But I don't experience that with Mark Victor Hansen. With Mark Victor Hansen, you're actually getting somebody that is speaking from the heart in the modern era, and it's not just fluff. So I appreciate that about him. But Rex, how excited are you to spend the next hour discussing several different subject matters with Mark Victor Hansen, please?
Well, if there's one person in the world I'm blessed and fortunate to be able to spend any time with, is Mark Victor Hansen. Not only did Chicken Soup for the Soul outsell everything, but he's the author of more than 300 other books, a couple which we'll talk about in just a little bit. But Mark's the real deal. And the fact that somebody on air said that their life was touched and saved by Mark is probably one of very many others. So I'm thrilled to have Mark here. I'm thrilled that he's where we are in the summit right now, because what a better send-off for all of us to spend time with Mark. And Mark is part of a duo, a dynamic duo of Mark and Crystal. But I don't think Crystal's going to be here today, but we certainly are happy to have Mark. So
absolutely. And with that, let's welcome him to the virtual stage. Mark Victor Hansen, greatest selling author of all time. Pleasure and privilege to have you here on the Los Angeles Tribune. And thank you for taking time to be with us. Please, Mark Victor Hansen.
By the way, first of all, it's my great pleasure. And second of all, what you said, I am so thankful and honored and delighted to be friends with both of you. It's just last week that Guinness Book of Records re-released that I am the #1 best-selling author in the world in nonfiction, and in fiction, it's up Miss Harry Potter, which I'm honored to say that we got 6 grandkids, and our grandkids that are even the grand twins are only 9 years old are reading those 400-page books. They've read Grampy's books, and now they're reading Miss Harry Potter.
Well, besides being the best-selling author and accomplishing everything you do, you're a heck of a nice guy, Mark.
Rex, I think the same thing of you. So the best thing we could do for all the people listening is get into questions. I want to source and surf with everybody, because Think and Grow Rich has helped me. I mean, I read it when I was upside down, and it helped me get right side up. And I'm a scholar in everything Dr. Hill did. I read every one of his books and ancillary books and quote books and other books. And if you go on YouTube, I've done over 20 different videos on them. Here's the 12 things you don't know about Dr. Napoleon Hill. How's that grab you?
It's great. No, it's beautiful. And I love your work. The reason I point out that you're a good guy is because Hill in Laws of Success and in Think and Grow Rich and almost every one of his other works talked about having a pleasing personality, going beyond, what everybody else will go beyond, do the extra mile. And you are certainly a person who exemplifies that, because your heart is in the right place. And it would be of my opinion, but not just my opinion, that when your heart's in the right place, everything else can follow that much more easily.
Yeah, I think I'm going to just expand what you just said, if you don't mind, Rex. And that's to say there's a heart-mind connection. This is what Dr. Greg Braden's talking about, but I think it's bigger than that. I think the heart-mind opens up the soul. And obviously, I've been in the soul business my whole life, and the talk I'm doing around the world nowadays is called
how to make your exponential impact. Now, all of us are born and we think and are taught in school to think linearly. And if you walk down 30 steps, you're 30 steps down. But exponential is 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. So $1 exponentially 30 times becomes $1 billion. And what's so amazing is that we're going in the first time in history where, because we're going to be talking a little bit about entrepreneurship, an entrepreneur finds a problem, solves it, scales it, and makes a vast fortune. If enough of us do that, we can pay off this horrific debt. And I won't go into politics. I'll just say we got a 33 trillion, that's spelled with a D, debt. And the only people that are going to pay it off are not the only people that can pay it off are capitalistically free enterprisers like myself. How's that?
Well, and I will let you do that then, sir.
No, I won't do it alone. All I hear, remember, all the new videos I'm doing on YouTube now are called Inspired Influence. And the richest man of all times was Solomon with $4 trillion. And he kept war out of the Middle East very simply by getting everybody to trade. I mean, he had 20,000 ships at a place called Tyre, Tyre. He had 12,000 chariots out doing business with everybody in the whole Middle East. And what did they do? They paid him off with wives because they had nothing else that they could give the richest man, right?
But you make such an excellent point right out of the gate. The thing that always has amazed me is that a penny multiplied that many times, becoming $1 million, isn't that many times. I mean, what you talk about, 32. When you go, it's like we used to say 6 degrees of separation, and yet most of us are probably 1 or 2 degrees of separation away from people. The ability to pay off the debt, the ability to create peace, the ability to unite the world instead of divide the world is certainly within our purview. It's certainly within the realm of possibility. And if we just decide that we're going to do that instead of creating chaos and disharmony, we can do that.
Right. When I was in graduate school, Bucky Fuller said real wealth, RW, equals ideas, thinking, times energy. Energy, as you know, is indestructible, right? So it has the infinity sign. Ideas for somebody who's open-minded and thinking and using conscious into subconscious into superconscious into soul conscious is also that. So you got an infinity times infinity. So we have potentially unlimited. And if we start to do infinite thinking, which is what I teach in my seminars and books, then we get infinite results. If you stay in finite, well, we only make this much money. And let me just go further. I didn't plan on mentioning this book, but I wrote a book called The Miracle of Tithing, which businessmen look at and say, what's the miracle of tithing? And I said, you haven't been good enough lately. It's where you give 10% back to your spiritual source, the person, place, thing, or whatever, but it multiplies you. And when Bob Allen and I wrote that great book, 1 Minute Millionaire, behind me, I don't know if you can see it or not. Can you see it from there or not?
I don't see it at the moment, but I have the book. So
that's what it looks like. And it's 2 books in one. It's fiction, nonfiction. It'll be a movie someday. Soon, I think, when the movie strikes over. Some people are watching this later and the movie strikes over. Anyhow, Bobby and I are walking down the beach in Maui at the Maui Writers Convention, and he said, look, explain to me why tithing works. I said, tithing's like the flow of water. When water is frozen, it's rigid. It hurts. If you were ever an ice skater, and I grew up in a cold country and pretty good ice skater and skier, and you fall, man, your butt hurts, your head hurts, whatever hits hurts, right? If you got ambient water, if you dive into it right, you're okay. But if you dive into it flat and get a belly flop, man, your tummy hurts. I mean, I can see, I've never said it this way before, so I'm glad you're so open to let me do it this way. But the third thing is that 10%, and all spiritual systems around the world, I happen to be in a Christian model, but all of them, I lived in India, I've been to China 80 times. So all spiritual systems, no matter what, say it's tithe, a principle is a percentage, 10%. That makes the water ambient, and 1 drop of water steams up the whole mirror when you're in the bathroom shaving, or the women are shaving their legs or whatever. This is what and you've got to be giving to be living. And I'm doing all the books now in my Mark Victor Hansen library with billionaires, guys like John Paul DeJoria, whose phenomenal book says success without sharing is failure. Now, it won't be out By the time some people are watching this, it'll be out next spring, Q1 of 2024. But what he's done is, here's a guy who feeds 40,000 people a night in Austin. He's worth billions, but he also saved the island of Barbuda. He's down in the Caribbean next to Antigua, and the hurricane has wiped it out, 100% unemployment. He says, I'm going to change this. He buys the island, puts in a runway, gets the top ichthyologist, fish doctor, makes it hurricane proof. Now that's going to change all the islands in the world. And the biggest populations are at the equator on islands, and there's a lot of them. But he brought back the fish, he brought back the turtles, he made it work, and now it's 100% employment. All it is ideas times energy equals infinite results, because all of us are here to create infinite. If you go back to my other book, which is Ask, The Bridge to Your Dreams, Your Destiny, and you were kind enough to interview Miss Crystal and myself, my beloved wife, who I call the goddess of exquisiteness. But you find your destiny, because once you go deep in mind and say, creator of universe, what's my destiny? Creator of universe, what's my destiny? Creator of universe, what's my destiny? If you do that 101 times before you go to sleep at night, it'll pop out. But you've got to have your little pen and your pad, and you got to write it down, because you will lose it. You'll say, I'll remember that tomorrow morning, Rex. You won't remember it. You got to get your little butt out of bed and write it down, Rex.
Well, I'm willing to bet that there are a lot of people who they're driving and they get this brilliant idea and they go, oh, yeah. And then they get home and go, what was that? So having a recorder, having your pen so that you can capture the idea, as you say, is an important tool and an important skill to have.
So let's talk to that. If they're driving and they have their little cell phone, there's a thing called voice memos. Hit it and record and do it at depth. And forgive me for doing this. You may be old enough to remember Red Skelton. I suspect you are.
Of course. Me, yes, of course.
One of the greatest. People can watch him on YouTube and all the old stuff. But I got to meet him, and I walk up to him and I said, Red, I've been a fan of yours a long time. He said, it's hot day. I need a fan. I said, is it true you got a photographic memory? He said, it's undeveloped. But the point is, he said, Mark, you're not going to believe this. Last night I woke up and I had the best play ever that I've written. And he had plays, and he had movies, and he had his own TV show and all kinds of great stuff. He was friends with everybody that was anybody in his era, which is 2 eras in front of me. But he said, I got up and I wrote down what I thought I was supposed to do. And it said, write, play. He said, I woke up the next morning. I was so mad because I have no idea what it was. So that's why I've never said this before, this story, I don't think, anywhere. If I told it on any of your other shows, I apologize. I forgot. But this thing about today, we're so blessed that you can just hit memo, voice memo, and dictate the whole play start to finish. And now you can even press another button and get it transcribed. You can't miss if you work with this, right?
You make such excellent points. I want to go back and let me take a moment to elaborate on something that you said and tie it to what's going on. One is, mind, body is one thing. We have a brain, we have a heart, but it's part of the same system that works interdependent with each other. You can't have a heart without a brain and a brain without a heart and expect to be a conscious human being. Essentially, is the way we know it. So we have this system. We're part of a universe that respires. We breathe in, and everything else in the universe breathes in and breathes out. So we're all part of one thing. And you said energy can't be created or destroyed. It can be transmuted or transformed. Well, that begs the question that we have just as much energy today as we did at the beginning, if there's such a thing as a beginning, and we will always have the same amount of energy in the future. But what we do with the energy in the meantime, since it's equally distributed and it's everywhere all at once, means that we have what you just said about the phone. 1,000 years ago, there wasn't a phone, but through ideas, we now have a phone. And now at our fingertips, we have the ability to capture the ideas that you have by asking your destiny questions, by doing the things that you want, and have that available. What we will have tomorrow as a result of the ideas from today, the kind that you're proliferating, the kind that you are engaged in making happen by consolidating all of this brilliant thinking and thinkers together and documenting them and putting them in your different works is unimaginable, and yet we can begin to imagine it. Because when we begin to imagine it, we can then direct what we're going to do and accomplish. So you are steamrolling along in the universe by helping people change their lives. And this idea of being connected and being able to, we're talking, And at one time we didn't know each other, but now we know each other. Now we talk. The more people that we can bring into the fold, the more people who could bring us into the fold, the more that we work together. There's nothing saying we can't have peace on earth. We can't have a better world. We can't unite the things and bring about more joy and happiness and feed everybody and everybody have a home and all those things, because it's eminently possible. It's just a matter of whether people choose to jump on it or not.
Well, that's exactly what Dr. Hill was saying. The key line in Think and Grow Rich, I mean, there's a lot of them, but that anything the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Now, you know, I was bankrupt 50 years ago and despondent, disconsolate, ready to slash my wrist. I was bummed out, burnout. And luckily, because I went to hear a guy named Reverend Eichel, we'll show a picture of him in a minute. And then luckily I was reading Think and Grow Rich, right? I conceived that I could start to write. And I said, well, if I'm going to write, why don't I become world's best-selling author? Just like Michael Jordan said, I'll be the world's best-selling basketball player, right? There's somebody always that's going to be, you know, Leonardo da Vinci, or it says, I'm going to do the Sistine Chapel, or Michelangelo says, I'm going to make the best sculptor in the world, the David, right? So there's always somebody that decides to be best. Every one of us, Rex, needs to be best at something. I don't know what your best is supposed to be, but back to this thing in our book, Ask, you've got a destiny code. You've got a destiny code. The essence of your spirit is perfect. It always was, it always will be. And when you discover it by saying, Creator, what is my destiny? Creator, what is my destiny? Creator, what is my destiny? It'll pop out. It's like when Jack and I had the wrong title on our book series, Think and Grow Rich, not Think and Grow Rich, Chicken Soup for the Soul. And Napoleon Hill had the wrong title on his book. Originally, it was How to Make a Boodle with Your Noodle. And the publisher said, look, Nap, Dr. Hill now, but to you and I, but if you don't come up with a better title, and he went to bed doing a mega title, right? Tell me the title. And it came off Think and Grow Rich. He called the guy 2:58 in the morning. Guy was angry and flipped out. The publisher said, well, I'm going to use it, but if it doesn't work, it's not your fault. Same thing here. We had the wrong title. And then Jack calls me at 2 o'clock in the morning. There's no cell phones back in 1989. Says Chicken Soup. I said, for the soul. I said, we got it. We got goosebumps. Now, still 144 publishers couldn't see it. So those of you listening, some of you say, well, you don't know how hard it is. And you know how much resistance I've had. No, the resistance is to make you stronger. And what Hill said was every adversity has a seed of equivalent or greater benefit. It made me stronger because Jack says, I don't know how much more resistance we can take. Our spouses, our wives, we're not, they're gone now, but they graduated from our relationships. And he said, I don't think they can take it. And then we did get a publisher. We had to figure out how to sell 20,000 books at $6 each. That was another 120 grand. So, but we did it. Now we sold that over 500 million books. And my goal was always, the reason they turned us down 144, I don't think I told you this. I'll take all the blame. Do not blame Dr. Canfield. I wrote that we'll sell 1 billion books, and that was at the top. Because if you're going to have a goal, have a big goal, a big, hairy, audacious goal. Why in the hell would you have an anemic goal? All I want to do is make enough to eat tomorrow. That won't excite you, and it's not going to excite anyone else.
You know, one of the things that very much endeared you to me, and not that you needed to in any way, is we were talking one time. In fact, I think it was on my show, and we were talking, and I said, you know, people must look at you and go, oh my God, 500 million books. How could anyone do that? And you said, and I just thought it was the coolest thing. You said, you know, don't make me your ceiling, make me your floor. Surpass me. I'm only here so that you can go beyond whatever I've done. And I was like, wow, talk about not humility, but talk about encouragement. Because if other people went, I'm going to do that because they believed that they could, as Hill would say, and they could do it. You know, they can go for it. They you know, your incredible accomplishments shouldn't be daunting to people, but should be inspiring to people.
Well, let's talk to just that. It's not a ceiling, but a floor. I love that I said that. Thank God. I'm glad you can quote me to me. I'm on the biggest show in Amazon. Is called Amazon Bestseller, and I've been on that twice, which is, I'm the only one, I guess. Mark Devereaux's show. And the first thing Devereaux says, I don't know if you know Mark or not, he's wonderful, Frenchman. And the first thing he says to me in that wonderful accent of his, he says, Mark, do you know who Roger Bannister is? I mean, now, I've read 6,000 biographies, so it's pretty clear that I do. Do you know who Roger Bannister was?
Well, me, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
He
First
broke
guy
the
to do a 4-minute mile.
Yeah.
Right. And he did it back in I think it was 1954. It didn't matter when it was. He's a medical doctor, and he pulled it off. And Mark said, well, that's who you are to books. I said, well, thank you very much. But I said, here's the question, Mark. Do you know what happened the next week? Do you know what happened, Rex, next week?
Well, many more people broke the mile.
Right, 119. So back to what you said a second ago, physiologically, we're no different. It's a mental ceiling, right? To him who believes he or she can achieve, right? So the question is, what is the size of your belief? What is the size of your question determines the size of your result. If I'd asked how to sell 100,000 books, I would have done it and stopped, right? That would, I got to be careful here. I'm going to be in judgment, but that's dumbass squared, because this right now is one of my rocking bestsellers, and it's changing lives. I mean, we get literally letters, emails, texts every day from people that I do not know, and we answer every one of them as much as we can. Some of them come through so much social media, you get and you go, wait, babe, how do I handle this? But we love them, and we're thankful, and we say, hey, look, when you get this, don't get one, get two, and go over it with somebody else. There's 178 questions that'll change your life. This is the most life-changing book as far as we're concerned, because it's cheap. Everyone says, well, it's $20. This is the screamingest value in the world. If one of the questions says, what are you going to write down? You can write down, we give you the line. I'm so happy and thankful I'm on schedule to be a millionaire. And you become a millionaire, $20 to return to $1 million. That's a hell of a return. And I've got stacks of letters from people that have done that. So, or what if I teach you how to find your ideal mate if you're single, right? And I wrote down in my ideal way, I had 267 things I wanted in my perfect lady, right? She had to be elegant. She had to be radiant. She had to love me, love my business. And if I had kids, she had kids. We had to love each other's kids. And we wanted to go forward together, well-nourished. Those are the positives. The negatives, she can't alcohol, be a smoker, because I'm not going to kiss an ashtray. That, yeah, right? And no drugs and all that. And yet, when I met her, I never told her the goals. And as you know, I write everything in purple when I'm writing. I'm basically a computer typer guy, or dictator. But you write down victory in purple. That's God's highest color. That's the top of the electromagnetic spectrum, right? And if that's the highest color, she was 267 out of 267. Now, what I want is I want eye candy on my arm. No. That's cute, but that's not very interesting. And long term, it's really boring.
This is beautiful. Can we somewhat return and while moving forward, because we're talking about exponential growth and ideas changing the world, and if you can conceive it and you can believe it and you can direct your mind through the power of questions and asking yourself things. But you kind of started off with tithing and the idea that it's about the flowing water, that if it's frozen, it's constricted and things don't move. It's still energy. It's just in a different state. And so people sometimes have, restricted or constricted energy. They're not able to get into the flow, and ask is one of the ways to do that. But what you also said was there was a time in your life when you were ready to do yourself in, and then you had been reading Hill, and you went to this gentleman who we both, love and adore. And so how can people using your work and his work and Hill's work get that flow going so that they can discover it? Because Hill said there's a seed of opportunity inside the university, but you have to find the seed. You got to be willing to look for it in order to take advantage of it, or you could miss it. So how do we, for our viewers and for the people who will hear this today, tomorrow, the next day, and maybe years from now, what can they do to create that energy flow that gets them moving? And also let's move into your other book while we talk about that, if you would. Dear Xavier.
Hopefully, can you share the screen just for a second? Can I have the screen just to show? Oh, you've got the picture. Good. This is the new book. Let me just tell you the backstory of this, but this is a new book I want you to also get. And if you can afford to get two. And if you can really afford to get 10, and if you really want to help the world, get 100, and you can easily afford it. I don't want you to go into debt to do this, but Reverend Ike was an extraordinary man of influence. And if there's more cover space, I would have added affluence. Here's a guy who was born in 1935 in the deep South of Carolinas. Being born black during the time of Jim Crow is probably not the best place to be born, right? His dad splits the scene, which is like not an atypical thing, but the point is, his grandmother tells him, hey, at 6 years old, you're going to grow up and be a minister. He starts picking cotton, doesn't like it at all, says, I'm going to be a minister. At 14, he starts being a minister, but he so believed the Bible that the Bible says, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He said, I'm going to get there. Ultimating 26 Rolls Royces, world around ministry, but in America he had 20 million, in Africa he had 20 million. He had mansions all over the place. And so 1974, when I'm bankrupt upside down, I go up to Washington Heights. He's got a church there. Now, he never called himself a ministry. He called himself an evangelist. He had 5,000 people. I go in this place. He hit my spiritual spark plug and just wowed me. Now, today you can go on YouTube and he's got 60 years of video because this guy archived everything. And he says, you can't lose with the stuff I use. And he and I went in originally, I'm a mentor, but what he did is he changed my mental model from one of poverty, lack, and limitation. Because I grew up in a Lutheran and Baptist church, and they were not teaching that the Bible teaches fundamental abundance. And this guy was a Bible scholar and teaching fundamental abundance, and just was beyond astounding. And then I can go through everything he taught and do most of his quotes and cliches, but he was profoundly influencing to me. And what you got to do is find somebody, and you can start with Napoleon Hill, and he always had his bookstore, had Dr. Hill's books sold, and The Science of Getting Rich sold, and ultimately my book sold. So I started out as a mentor to he was a mentor, I was a mentee. Then we became peers. Then ultimately I owned a company that even booked him around the world called Look Who's Talking. So you can grow in relationship, because the 4 principles I teach, as you know, are you figure out what you want. That's a desire, and you do that by figuring out how to ask. Number 2, it has got to be. Spiritual law says it's got to be in writing. Number 3, you got to visualize it, which Reverend Ike taught me how to visualize that you got money coming to you, because whatever Napoleon Hill taught it correctly, whatever your dominant thought is, you're always broadcasting and receiving. And number 3 is you got to have a mastermind. 1 and 1 doesn't equal 2, it equals 11. It's exponential. The Bible says 1 can move 1,000, 2 can move 10,000. And I'd start to hear that stuff, and I went, wow. And I start speaking and because I was very comfortable in black life insurance companies, all those, the biggest, the richest guys ever were at Ike's church, and he had everybody that was anybody. The best dancer, Ben Breen, was dancing there. Miss Della Reese was singing there. The most famous people in the world from Broadway were there every week. I started teaching at his science, what was it called? The Business of Living seminars. And he often had me on the platform speaking with him. And ultimately I got a Rolls Royce, and I was in his infomercial. So the point is, it doesn't matter where you are. It matters that you start to implode good information exclusively, so you explode on the scene of space. Let me just finish with what you said. Before I went bankrupt, I was reading the New York Times, and it says all the news fit to print. What they missed is one word: all the bad news fit to print. If you watch CNN, it's the crisis news network. It's not like the Los Angeles Tribune, which, thanks to Mo Rock, who's a rock solid good thinker, he wants to bring the best, the uplifted, the elevated, the escalating, the accentuating the positive, to see how far we can go as humanity. Not crush us, make us despondent and less, but make us more, and find the infinite in us so we can expand the infinite out of us.
Wow.
Well, first of all, Rex, thank you, Mark, for the kind words that touched my heart. I'm giving a TED Talk at the end of this month called Reimagining Journalism, the Power of Positive News. And so you really were able to capture my spirit and my life purpose there with that awesome statement. Now, I actually read this book here and have for a few years now. Every time I travel, I've been a fan of Reverend Ike's for many years. I have here a pretty rare book called Reverend Ike's Secrets for Health, Joy, and Prosperity. I'm very excited to read your book on Reverend Ike that you did with his son, because he is one of the most underrated, underappreciated, and sort of hidden gems of thought leadership. And what he did with he on record said that the greatest self-help book of all time is the Bible. And I thought that was profound when I heard him say that. It actually shifted the way I see the Bible. And so I even before Reverend Ike started to get popular again via YouTube the last few years, I was a fan of his, and I'm just so excited to read this book and the work you're doing to preserve and honor his legacy that sort of was almost forgotten. I think a lot of people kind of wrote him off because he was so charming and then he was so well dressed and he was on television that it was easy for the average mind to kind of pigeonhole him somewhere instead of recognizing that he's one of the greatest living philosophers of our time. And so I'm curious, was that part of your motivation to capture the magnificence of this man's mind and spirit? And can you share some more about what you discovered in the process of writing this book that maybe surprised you about Reverend Ike, please?
Yeah, well, okay. So I went there and everybody, you'd see all of his signs and he says, you can if you think you can. And he'd talk about the fact that, there's great sermons like I Can Do It and You Meet Nobody But You. I can name a lot of his sermons, but what he did is he said, look, there's God in you. And God's not in the sky, God's in you, which is the kingdom of heaven is within, is what Christ said. And if it's within, then it's within, right? And so he says, once you find that, you start to become a no-limit, fully functioning, self-actualizing human being. And it's just what you just said, the greatest self-help book of all time is the Bible. And he would go through it and teach it and bring it into realization in street language so you couldn't miss it. So the poorest of the poor, people would come in to the church, right? I was there every Sunday for 7 years. I lived in New York. And did really well, actually, once I got going again. And I was in my right livelihood, speaking, writing, promoting, connecting, and marketing. It was amazing. Everybody, he was the big attractor factor. I was a minor attractor factor, but it was just, it couldn't have been better or more fun for me. And obviously he brought me to his mansions and brought the right people in, and I got to meet everybody. And I'm a young, I was over a decade and a half younger than him. And we really got along, though. He called me his Danish Viking son, which is really a wonderful thing. And Xavier Eichenkoder, his son, and I are best friends, of course. And what he said is that there's great. So these people come in downtrodden, despondent, disconsolate, broke, not able to eat, which is where he came out of. And I'll talk to that in a second. And 3 weeks later, they would come in brand new clothes, with a job, with renewed self-esteem, with renewed self-image. Because he said self-image is like a thermometer, and you set the thermometer at your house, and then the temperature in your house goes up. If you set the thermometer to go from broke to rich, you get rich. If you set the barometer from sick to well, you get well. He saw the spiritual essence. Now, the question you asked, which I'll finish this answer now, is he saw the divinity in every person. He saw the divinity in every person, and the divine self is always healthy. The divine self is always rich. So he could take people, like I went there for prosperity. I started this little diatribe with, but he also did supernatural healing. The biggest chapter in the book we have is on supernatural healing. And I interviewed all these great people that are 90 and 92 and 98. They're still alive, well, and bragging about what Ike did for them, because people would come in on a stretcher with tuberculosis and he could heal it. They would come in with cancer, he'd heal it. They come in alcohol. The wife would drag the husband in drunk, and he would become a teetotaler. Same with drugs. Same with the story we have in there about a young little girl who hasn't even got a license, drives her grandma to church to get the grandma healed, sits in the front row, and she's got protruding hemorrhoids. I'm sorry if this upsets somebody, but and on the way home, the grandmother says, "Well, how are your hemorrhoids?" Says, "What hemorrhoids?" He cured it because he create everything is a vibration. I mean, everything is a vibration. So he would raise the vibration. And when you went into the United Palace, you'd feel the vibration. And he had it was gilded gold. It used to be a Lowe's theater. And he just took this place and made it extraordinary, elegant, excellent. And like you said, he was an impeccable fashionista. He dressed. I mean, I would go, oh my gosh, someday I want to have a wardrobe like him. I want to have shoes like this guy. And now I own 300 pairs of shoes. So I've obviously done pretty well. And watches and all kinds of cool stuff. But he just showed you that you could have what John 10:10 says, I've come and you might have life and have it more fulfillingly and abundantly. he said, look, you're here to be fulfilled, and you're in this incarnation. You came here, and now you're in this energy orbit of mine. Get healthy, get wealthy, get loving, get joyous, get prosperous. And that's what our book does. What the book does, it escalates you. And when Jesus, in the story of the girl with the issue of blood, right? She couldn't stop bleeding for 12 years. And if you've seen the movie The Chosen, you see it better than even I'm explaining it now. And this woman touched him, and he says, somebody has touched me. What they got was his virtue. They touched the hem of the garment. What this book is that we've had a lot of people sample it, and I've sent you guys each copies. And when you touch it, you get back to that vibration. And in that vibration, all things are possible. And Christ had that vibration. Ike worked on it. So, of course, he was a supreme healer. But we're saying a lot of people are going to wake up to that infinite possibility that they can do stuff they didn't know they could do. By reading this book, they're going to elevate their soul level abilities, I believe.
Wow. That's wonderful, Mark. God, you raised so many wonderful points. I first learned about Reverend Ike when I was about 14 years old, and would listen to him on the radio. And he was surrounded. Actually, he was one of the first in the evening, and then they would have other ministers on after him. And he spoke prosperity and abundance and life and life affirming. And everybody else was talking about laying your treasures up in heaven and being poor and broke and living here. I mean, depending on I hate to say it, but the franchise, no matter how much people have tried to make the Bible about something other than living abundantly, it is still very true. What I think is so impressive about Reverend Ike is when he came up, it was not a time for the black man to thrive or shine or have that place in the world. And yet none of it stopped him from becoming who he was and affecting the people in the world. So when people go, you don't understand my situation, or you don't know the circumstances, or the people that oppose me, or that, he had all of that too. But because of his conviction, because of his faith, because he could conceive it and imagine it, and Mo showed the book, and one of my favorite examples in the book is in the second chapter of that book, where he says, if you get into the elevator but you don't push the button, you ain't going anywhere. And if other people push the button, you go where they want to go, not where you want to go. So you got to get in and push the button to get to your floor. And that is such a great analogy for what he did in his life and what he was able to accomplish, the things that you were able to accomplish and that anyone can accomplish, and to not let the obvious opposition stop you, but use it to motivate you and understand that all hardship, all obstacle, all obstruction is a gift to get you out of your comfort zone, as opposed to something to hold you back and defeat you.
Right. And Reverend Ike, first of all, when he grew up back in the 30s, he had nothing. I mean, his mother didn't have any money, and she thought she was going to get her stuff, her reward in the great blue yarn. But he said, look, when I'm in school, my belly button is sticking to my backbone because I haven't got 7 cents. And he said, where were the screaming liberals then? Because they weren't feeding me and housing me and helping me in any way. And then, when he'd go down the road, he had to walk to school with his mother. He'd have a little stick, and he said, I see myself having luxury cars. And he said, luxury cars just started to come to him because your state of mind, I teach, creates your state of result. And then, the people that would criticize him, he was on every great show. He was on Phil Donahue, he was on Oprah, he was on Snyder, he was on Cabot, he was on Merv Griffin, he was on you can see all those on YouTube, so it's easy. But did I say, well, Christ was a poor carpenter? He said, show me where he's poor. Every story, he created healings, he created abundance. When there was no food to feed everyone, and this is why I said, watch the movie The Chosen, he not only fed the 5,000, which, by the way, they only counted men back then, so it's probably 12,000 or 15,000 counting wives and kids and visitors that were not Jewish. But the point is, he said when it's done to his 12 disciples, collect what's left over. He had 12 baskets left over, meaning that we're not here to waste. Now, so what happens now is if you go out and get a book called Reverend Ike, An Extraordinary Man of Influence, Part 2, go to reverendikebook.com, reverendikebook.com. We want to give you a free video from me and 2 free videos from Reverend Ike that will change your life, because what you asked earlier, and I wasn't fast enough to answer it correctly enough, you need your input, throughput determines your output. Your input, throughput determines your output. Your input, if you input Reverend Ike stuff, my stuff, Napoleon Hill stuff, the stuff from the Tribune here, the LA Tribune, you're going to start outputting at a higher, better. It is impossible not to, because every one of us, like my friend Bob Proctor, who wrote the foreword to this book, he wrote the book and I wrote the foreword to his book, Born Rich. We're all born rich with infinite potential, infinite capacity. And what you need is the catalyst, the match, the spark to ignite it and ignite you to get you on your trajectory to great success, great stardom, whatever it is that you're going to do. So you become the peak, and it has nothing to do with chronology. It has nothing to do with anything, because you are unstoppable. And I'll just can I give one example, Rex, of my grandkid? Whoops, suddenly you went silent. I don't know if you're still muted or not.
No, but please go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So as I told you, I got 6 grandkids, but an 11-year-old grandkid, Everett, first of all, he wrote, when Crystal and I own an energy device company called Natural Power Concepts. I'm part of another company that's turning all trash into cash. We're writing a book on how you turn all garbage dumps into resource centers with metal and metal glass stuff. Anyhow, we're in Hawaii at our company in Oahu on the beach having a good time after a business meeting. And all of a sudden my phone rings, but it comes from one of those gizmo watches that we got him at Christmas time, right? Like you and I called it the Dick Tracy watch.
Right, exactly.
Remember Dick Tracy watches where Dick Tracy talks into his wrist? Anyhow, right, it came into my cell phone and there was no question. I knew who it came from because I only know one guy with a gizmo watch coming to me, and that's my grandson, because he's only allowed to call his parents and Crystal and myself. So I said, "Hi, Everett, how are you? What is it you want?" And Everett says, "Grampy, are you alone?" I said, "No, but there's probably 2,000 people on the beach here." What is it you want? He says, I said, "Where are you?" He says, "I'm hiding in the closet because I need to ask you something important." And I said, "Look, I told you can call me 24/7 because you're the most important thing in Mimi." That's the name she goes by in my life. "What do you want?" And I think he's going to have trouble with mom or trouble with his dad or his brother or sister. Hell, I don't know what his trouble is going to be. And he says, "You still writing great books, Grampy?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Can I write the next one with you?" I thought, kid's 6 years old. So he's the first chapter in this, and he wrote it with us. So little Everett does really well. But now he's older, and now he wants to be the best basketball player in the world. So I've taken him to the Harlem Globetrotters. I've taken him to the Suns because we live here in Scottsdale, Arizona. Every day, in addition to being in the Learning Academy, where he just at 11 years old became president of the student body. He did the best presidential speech. Our son calls us up and said, "Dad, you got to watch this video with Everett. He just gave the kick-ass speech. The kids gave him a standing ovation. They're all going, 'Everett, Everett, Everett.'" And he made all kinds of great political claims that were all legit, just because and my son says, "Dad, he is going to be the third speaker, you, me, and then him as professional. This kid could be president." But what he wants is he wants to be a Suns player, and he's now a junior Sun already, but he does 100 3-point shots a day. He can beat any adult at basketball. The kid, and he's tall and skinny, but he's doing amazing. And then he says, "You know what I'm going to do next, Grampy?" I said, "What are you going to do, Ev?" He says, "Grampy, I'm going to own the Suns." Cool. Oh, that's only $3 billion investment. Here's the point. Every one of us can have everything we want. If Reverend Ike would say, "Look, just write your goals." Napoleon Hill on page 36 of the paperback edition says, "Figure out what you want, put it in writing, read it before you go to sleep at night, and implode it into your subconscious like Andrew Carnegie, his hero, did." And I read every speech of Andrew Carnegie's. I've stayed at Andrew Carnegie's house in Dornoch, Scotland. But Andrew Carnegie, and I got to do a cute story about that, but Andrew Carnegie did exactly what Napoleon Hill taught him. And the book that you probably read called How to Raise Your Salary. Have you ever read that book?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, well, that's
it's been retitled, I think, but yes.
Isn't that the title? Pretty close?
No, it is. Well, originally, but I think they've retitled it since then. But
okay,
I could be right.
I got an old copy. It's signed by Dr. Hill. I've got a lot of Hill's signature. Anyhow, Andy got interviewed at his mansion in New York, because we're talking about Napoleon Hill. Every one of you, when you go to New York and it's safe, and today it's not safe, don't go there right now as we're doing the show live. Is it you go to 95th and 5th Avenue? He's got a 60,000 square foot house. Have you been there?
No, I've not gone. I've gone past it. I haven't gone in it.
Well, you need to write a goal. It's got to be your goal, and you got to go to.
Maybe I should. I never thought to. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a good idea.
$5. It's owned by the Smithsonian, but the first line they have that you'll love here is, "Authors are the wealth of the world."
Beautiful.
Second line, is no man or woman can get rich without enriching all others. Now, here's a guy with a third grade education, became the richest guy in the world, and then he did Library 2.0. I'm doing Library 3.0, but Library 1.0, Alexander the Great created Alexandria, had all the information, all the eclectic wisdom of the whole world. He's only 28 into Alexandria, Egypt, which we just found. It's 30 feet off of where Alexandria is underwater, and the guy just, Dr. Stephen A. Schwartz, just dove for it because we now have the diving equipment and found it. It's mind-blowing what we're finding in archaeology and history and all that. But then Library 2.0's Andy Carnegie, he says, I'll spend the first half of my life making the money, second half of my life giving it away to do the most good and least harm. And he benefacted a lot of things like Carnegie Hall and Carnegie Mellon. But he benefacted, the biggest thing is the library, 2,847 American libraries, but then he did as many in Europe, right? And then I'm Library 3.0, where I own MarkVictorHansenLibrary.com, and everybody who wants to do a book that can't write it will ghost edit, ghost write, or your book or your biography or your autobiography or your memoir. So we're Library 3.0 because everyone can write. You say, well, I went to school and I got an A in English. No, that's writing. We write professionally, so it's irresistible, compelling reading. A little different.
Well, you raised a lot of points, and what you just asked me about Carnegie really struck me. I mean, really hard. I went, I never even thought about it. It just didn't even enter my consciousness. But there is the point. If you can't, in other words, if you don't conceive it, you're not going to have it happen. It didn't even occur to me that, wow, I should spend some time at the Carnegie home. So if you want something, I mean, when you say bucket list, write it down. I'm like, wow, that's, how many things am I not doing because I just haven't thought to want to do them? And I would put that out to the audience. One of my favorite characters in Think and Grow Rich is Edwin C. Barnes, and the whole story of how he got to Edison and what he did and put him on notice. But the fact that the book says that, 5 years go by without ever having any evidence that he would ever be a partner of Barnes until an opportunity came from essentially out of left field for him. And he was able to take that opportunity and then became a very rich man and the partner of Edison. But later Hill said he was always, because he got there on a freight train dressed as a hobo. And then later Hill wrote that, he had a vast collection of impressive suits and was always impeccably dressed and had all these wonderful clothes. And Hill said, well, why? Can I have some of your old suits? He said, well, they won't do you what they did for me. And I was like, what is that about? And he said, when I appeared before Edison, I was dressed like a hobo. And when I, at that point, decided I will never dress like that again. I will always be better dressed than anyone I ever meet. And he went and had, clothes. So when we talk about Reverend Ike being impeccably dressed, or when you said, now I have 300 pairs of shoes. I mean, there is the thing of what you decide can make it happen. And you talk about writing and writing in purple. There, brain science, and I don't believe that science has seen or discovered anything new. They just verify what we've known for centuries or what we have forgotten for centuries. And that writing actually is brain writing. And when you write, you're making a lot of neural connections in your mind. When you type or when you use your fingers like this on an iPad, you're not making the same kind of connection. So the science behind actually writing down your goal and then repeating it to yourself is well established. So when you say I write it in purple because it's it's the highest vibrational color, it's God's color. All those things are important. So for the person today who's starting out, you go back over your 4 points or the things that they should do in order to begin to take what Dr. Hill offers, take what you offer, take what Reverend Ike offered, and make it their own, so that they can conceive like you of, or like Reverend Ike, of having Rolls Royces or billions of books sold, whatever it might be. I mean, it doesn't have to be that; it could be, something else. But
yeah. Okay, so point number one, you got to know what you want, and you got to figure out how to ask yourself for it, and this helps trigger those questions. But every day you ought to wake up and write down all the things that you want. Right? What do you want? And now you want 2 new things in your bucket list, one of which is go to Andrew Carnegie's house in New York, and also Andrew Carnegie Hall if you haven't been there. And
I have been
there twice. So, and then you want to go to his house in Dornoch, Scotland too, because it's 30,000 acres. You get to drive his Rolls Royce. You get to eat really well. You get to see that there's no radio. There's no TV. And so every stage he had either a piano or an organ. Isn't that interesting? Because he wanted music to fill this 30,000 house. And when you look at the guest list, every president went through his house. He did stuff. And like, because we're in a time when they're trying to have a war again, and I am opposed to war, because either my teacher said, Bucky Fuller, either war's obsolete or man is it, what did he do? Andy Carnegie went to, at World War I and brought a check and said, here's my check, write it for any amount you want, Kaiser Wilhelm, and we won't have World War I. And Kaiser Wilhelm just ripped it up and threw it down. But the courage that Andy had was just amazing. So number one, you got to write it. Number one, you got to want it. Number two, you got to write it. Write it. And create a journal. I've got 50 years of journals here in my office, right? I know all the stuff I've wanted, and a lot of it shows up because it has its own timeline. 3, you got to visualize it. This is where you close your outer eyes, open your inner eyes, see yourself in the stage of your imagination, and see yourself, as Reverend Ike would say, being the good that you desire, doing the good that you desire so you can have the good. And it's be, do, have exclusively. You got to be it before you can do it, before you can have it. Most people want to have it. Well, I want a new car. I want a new house. I want a high-paying job. All that's available, but you got to be that person to do that, to have that, have. And then number 3 is you got to bring together your team to get your dream. And my acronym is team. Together, everyone accomplishes miracles. Because Einstein said either everything's a miracle or nothing's a miracle.
Well, that's beautiful, and I would piggyback on what you just said about the be, do, have. That who you listen to matters, because there are lots of thought leaders out there, lots of shiny object, lots of people with big celebrity names who say, if you want to be important, you have to work really hard to get this stuff so that when you have those things, now you're important, as opposed to be it so that you do it, so that you acquire it. And it's
important first. You start
yeah, exactly. Yeah, start.
We're here. Thank you, Rex. And we're here alongside living legend Mark Victor Hansen here on the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit on the Los Angeles Tribune. We have a few minutes left with Mark, and I just want to give you the floor to close us out for the next few minutes, Mr. Hansen, because you are somebody that is the world's foremost authority on all things self-help, personal development. Historically, I think decades from now, hundreds of years from now, when people look at this field, they're going to see names like Napoleon Hill, Mark Victor Hansen. And I think thanks to you, perhaps Reverend Ike will get the respect that he deserves. But I'm curious, what are some rare books that are not very well known that you would recommend for our audience in the field of self-help? And if you could summarize some of the biggest breakthroughs you've learned in your life just recently, in the last 2 or 3 years, what are some great lessons you personally have learned at this stage in your life that you'd also like to share with our audience? And then finally, just going back full circle to the premise of this program, a final thought on Napoleon Hill in closing. Please, Mark Victor Hansen.
I'll do them in reverse. So the final thought is that Dr. Hill had a lot of great quotes. I read all of his quote books. I know most of his quotes, but he said it's always the quantity of your service plus the quality of service with a positive mental attitude, a PMA, a positive mental attitude equals unlimited compensation. So the quantity, I've sold more books than anybody alive. So that's the quantity. The quality, the books change lives. Reverend Ike's book will change your life. That's my guarantee. If you read a chicken soup book, and they're 3 pages at a time, so they're digestible instantly. You catch the story, you catch the moral, and it'll open up your heart, it'll open up your soul, it'll make you more fully, vibrantly, dynamically, purposefully alive. So, and the Reverend Ike book, make sure you get it. After you get it, go to reverendikethebook.com, reverendikethebook.com, and we'll give you a bunch of free stuff that you will love. As for what I've learned, once I started the Mark Victor Hansen Library, I see that I can change the world at a level that the book publishing industry, God bless it. I love it. I love reading books. I've got 50,000 books in my library. So it's not a question of, there's no competition. It's, like Cabot Robert taught me, it's not how big a piece of pie, it's how we make the pie. The pie is everyone's got a story. Everyone's got to share their story. And the reason we're doing these biographies now, with the richest of the rich is because they've all overcome tremendous odds, obstacles, setbacks, health deferrals, everything. And when you read it, you go, oh my gosh, if he or she can do that, I can do that. And it is absolutely transformative. That's number one. Number two is the reason you got to do a biography is if you got any wealth, you do not want to just give your money to your heirs. Because if you give them the money, they become entitled. I did not know that my oldest brother was way older than me, but he just died and he had made a lot of money. He had a photographic memory and was never anything but a blue collar worker, but saved his money, invested his money in Commonwealth Edison, which he ended up running the nuclear power plant in Illinois and the Midwest and all the way out back east because he was so smart. But he never went to college and made the money. He died. He quantited it to the 4 kids. Well, 2 of the kids have already killed themselves in drugs. Because my colleague, Jim Rowan, who I talked around the world with, Jimmy said, money makes you more of who you are. So if you don't have a consciousness of money, you screw it up and you screw up yourself with alcohol, drugs, sex, whatever your addiction of choice should be, which are all negative addictions. I'm saying be positively addicted. Read the kind of stuff we're talking about here and listen to the kind of audios we're doing and read the LA Tribune and watch the people we're dealing with. They will escalate you. They'll elevate you. You'll find your true right livelihood and go to the top. So what we're saying on biographies, let us help you write your biography so you can share your values. You can share your experiences. You can share your trials and tribulations, and you can share your philosophy. And then your heirs and all future progeny will catch the message. And I would love to know what my maternal and paternal lines had to say. I only know a little bit even about my father. And the question I get asked is, well, who would you like to spend an hour with, Einstein or Jesus? Or no, I'd like to spend an hour with my father. Now I've got the questions I like to ask daddy and mom, right? Because I was too self-absorbed to do it in the old days. Now I thank God I had great parents, but I can tell you about them, but not compared to what they really went through, going through the Depression, going through the war, having my brothers and somehow surviving nothing but adversity. Did that answer your question?
It certainly answered my question. I do have to do what I always do whenever I have a chance to speak to you, and that's go back and watch it 2 or 3 times because, speaking to Mark Victor Hansen is kind of like watching The Matrix. Every time you see the same piece of footage, you see something you previously didn't. And I go back and watch some old footage of speaking to him. I'm like, I swear to God, I was there. How come I missed that? I was there, but I missed it. So I just wanted to thank you, sir, for the kind generosity, for allowing us to share your time and your likeness for our program that we do as a public service. And also, I'm very excited to read the Reverend Ike book. I'm excited to spend some more time with you in the future. And the words that you shared about the Los Angeles Tribune touched my heart and the heart of our community. Thank you. We work very hard to reinvent the way that newspaper companies are perceived, especially in today's time period in this nation where there's never been a low point for trust between American citizens and newspaper companies. And so we want to actually reinvent and reintroduce the newspaper brand and the traditional newspaper brand to the American people. And we were able to do that with the help of Mark Victor Hansen and the help of people such as Mark Victor Hansen that are sharing that mission with us by speaking on our forums and sharing their wisdom. So thank you, Mr. Mark Victor Hansen. Rex, do you have any final words you'd like to share before we wrap up?
I do. I love you, Mark, and I love Crystal, and I love your service and all that you've done through all the years and for making yourself available to the planet in the way that you do and the way that you show up and the way that you and Crystal have come together and created all the opportunity for all the people on the planet right now. Thank you for that. Thank you for being here with us today and for taking the time. And I am reading the book on Reverend Ike that you sent me, and I really do love it. I enjoy it. I enjoy all your works. I don't have all of them, but I'm working on getting all of them. And but it is truly, you're truly a gift to the planet, and both you and she together are just a wonderful couple of
thank you,
blessed people who bless others and help them find blessings.
By the way, unless you bless others, the blessing isn't a blessing till you give it away. So you're saying the right thing. And Mo, I'd love you to bless me. Send me a link to this because I want to promulgate it. I want to promote it. I want to put it out to my little piece of the world, because everybody needs to get to hear stuff that accentuates the positive and eliminates the negative, like that old song sang.
Beautiful.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Mark. And just a final quick little interesting statistic. For every one piece of positive programming, there are at least 17 negative pieces of programming. And so we at the Los Angeles Tribune have a lot of work that we need to do. And thanks to Mark Victor Hansen and all of the thought leaders a part of this program, we're doing our part, because that number 17-1 is very off balanced. And so we're all doing our part. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a presentation of Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you all for watching the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. Be sure to stay tuned for our next thought leader. We'll be back in about 1 minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And all that right in the middle of me being
We
muted.
are back and we're live again.
Kayla, you're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. Okay. Ooh.
So anyway, I'm going to have a sip of tea and say, I hope you enjoyed Mark Victor Hansen and Mo, and the fact that we got to speak with him. We've got some great stuff coming up shortly, more exciting things, and then
Do you hear me?
Ending this session in just a little bit. So are you
Okay,
ready?
Ava says she hears me.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're muted.
Are we ready to rock and roll? All
Anyway,
right.
So if you're really enjoying this, go ahead and put a 5 in the comments. Go ahead and put down a takeaway. Put down stuff that you like to hear, things that made a deep impression on your heart or your mind, something that you're going to apply, or some practice or principle you're going to put into action coming up, for your friends, for your family, for your colleagues, for your customers. There's so much goodness that could go around in the world. Let's make sure that we continue to spread it and make wonderful things happen for everybody. It's been a pleasure. Now, we're not done yet, but it's been a real pleasure bringing you, here on the LA Tribune, the network here, all of these different speakers over the past, 5 days, over the past 5 days. And we still have one speaker coming up. So I want you to strap on your seatbelts.
Yes.
I want you to be prepared. And
Yes,
as soon as we can, we'll have Kaya speak.
Can you all hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. Yes, Ava says she can hear me. Fantastic. Rex can hear me too. The whole world can hear me. Thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, perfect. Congratulations, all of you, for being here on this journey. We have an incredible, amazing person about to join us on the stage. His name, I will share it in a little bit. Before I introduce that, thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune, to the CEO, Mo Rock, and Ava, the powerhouse, for pulling this incredible event off. We have broken a world record, as you know, and also for Satish Verma, the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute. Incredible organization. And I'm a success coach, as you know, for Fortune 500 companies and the creator of Top Producing Faster to Your Wealth and Freedom. And I am here bringing an incredible gentleman to the stage. His name is Eric Zender. If we can have him join the stage now. And I am so excited. After our interview, stay tuned because we also have the presidential candidate, Marianne Williamson, joining us. This is the incredible leader, Eric Zender, and I met him only a few weeks ago with Don and Melinda Boyer at their incredible event in Ontario, and introduced via a dear friend of ours, Tony, Rockstar Tony, introduced us to Eric Zender. He is known as the quote master. He has more than 20,000 original quotes published after 30 years of writing. One-time great release of his Thanksgiving weekend event. So he has lectured at universities all around the world, and he's the founder and of the Education of Quotation movement. This is interesting. We're going to learn the power of language today and how to distill that in a few words and create a massive impact. How many of you want to learn that? The skill sets to convey a very powerful message so that you can share your products and services in the world. So he's going to embody that. He also is a quantum river language expert. I love this. He has been inspired by the likes of Mark Twain. He continues to educate people through quotations. He believes in the short format is the way to reach the masses in a very palatable way. Eric is also the co-star of a brand new movie, yes, called Beyond Physical Matter, alongside legends like John Assaraf, Marie Diamond, Dr. Joe Vitale, good friends of CEO Mo Rock, and I think CEO Mo Rock of the LA Tribune has a book with Dr. Joe Vitale, and so many more. And it's going to be, that movie, Beyond Physical Matter, is going to be released in January of 2026 on Amazon. Shout out to Don and Melinda Boyer and all the incredible things that they're doing. Eric is also an expert in the quantum, and he believes that the proper use of AI, I love it, AI, to lead the new hope of educational movement to the next generation of generations to come is the way to do it. And Mr. Zender also uses his quotes to foster good, friendship, people, generations, different peoples around the world. Congratulations, Eric. You are here in between the incredible Mark Victor Hansen and the incredible Marianne Williamson to share your love and your light. How are you doing today, sir? And we need to unmute. Do we hear Eric? I hear myself. We don't hear you, Eric. Some technical issues. And we're super excited. We have also, I see you now muted, and you're going to unmute. We also got word that the Marianne Williamson presidential candidate 2024 is in the house. She's going to be sharing the stage. Eric, we don't hear you still. And if that is a challenge, what we can do is we can.
Unless you and I talk a little bit, they can straighten out the audio.
And then also another thing we can do, because we have Marianne in the house, we could go with Marianne, and then if we have a little few minutes after Marianne, we can definitely have Eric come up before we wrap up.
Because isn't Marianne on a timetable? So
Marianne is on a timetable. Yeah, she just got off the plane. Literally, she just got off the plane. Marianne, can you give me a thumbs up that you're ready? She's awesome. Thumbs up ready. So please give a message out to Eric that we'll have Eric join us momentarily. I don't even know where to start with this leader that is going to take this country and take this. She's always been doing this for so many years already. So this is a credit to first the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper CEO Mo Rock, And then also Satish Verma, the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, which, as you know, has over 2 billion members. I am success coach Kaya Redford, and I am a graduate of Marianne's Miracle Minded Coaching Program. And I have had tremendous breakthroughs reading her books, being in part of her program. And I know that we're going to talk about some really serious things today and the change that she wants to make in the world. First, for those of you that don't know, and I know you all do know who this woman is, I would like to give her a formal introduction with her bio. Marianne Williamson is a political activist, author, non-denominational spiritual teacher, and New York Times best-selling author multiple times around. Her career began in the 1980s, where she became very deeply involved in the HIV/AIDS activism. She's also been a longtime champion of the LGBTQ plus community, and she's founded Project Angel Food, has delivered meals to so many people, served over 16 million meals. Incredible. And she's also founded the LA Center for Living and the Manhattan Center for Living, and co-founded the Peace Alliance. She's produced numerous projects, candidate summits, podcasts for women, LGBTQ plus, racially diverse and progressive Democrats to run for office. Over the years, she's lectured to hundreds of thousands of people. I think at this point, we're talking millions, spiritually and politically, on progressive topics. She's sold over 3 million books. She's done extensive work with the ill and the dying. That's something I'm so passionate about, is that she helps people that are suffering in this world. She's written 15 books, 7 times New York best-selling author, and 4 of those were #1. She's been the #1 best-selling author 4 times. As you are fully aware, if you've been paying attention to the news the last few years, in 2020, she ran for Democratic nomination for President of the United States, and now is a candidate, yes, challenging President Biden. Essentially, her part of her platform really proposes a 21st century economic bill of rights. #1, Department of Peace. 2, reparations for slavery. 3, Department of Children and Youth. 4, declaring climate emergency to begin just a transition from a dirty to a clean economy. 4, I think, well, that's now 5, ending America's war on drugs. 6, a progressive Democrat, Marianne proposes a new economic beginning, including universal health care. 7, tuition-free college. 8, tech school and guaranteed living wage. I can just go on. First, I just want to say gratitude for Marianne. I know that you're touching the country and the world, and I just want to share that you've touched my life personally. And I have such gratitude just being in a Zoom with you and having tremendous breakthroughs. And I would like to open it up, since we're here at Think and Grow Rich, and I know we're going to talk about the campaign. We're going to talk about what's driving you, what your mission is, and why, and what you want to change. Just before we get into that, if you could share a little bit about Think and Grow Rich. You know, you're a best-selling author. We just had Mark Victor Hansen on here. The impact that Napoleon Hill has made with his book, and how maybe that has even impacted you in your life.
Well, Napoleon Hill did impact me in my life. I think that the consciousness is a factor in our ability to create abundance is a big deal for any of us who have a kind of holistic view of the world. It has impacted me, however, in also seeing that the times I've made the most money in my life, my goal was not making money. My goal was simply doing the right thing. And back in the days when you were talking about the AIDS activism, there was certainly no money involved there, but I was also writing my book about Return to Love, my first book. And I didn't even have bestseller in my consciousness. And I certainly didn't have in my consciousness what you could get in life on a material level if you had a bestseller. And I made more money from that book than in any book I've written. So there was a kind of innocence at that time in the way I viewed those things. And it's kind of like I've never lost weight when I was trying to lose weight. It's an interesting thing. So I've thought a lot about this, and I wrote a book called The Law of Divine Compensation, talking about this. So I think money, obviously, we know, and all of the stuff that you're talking about and that Napoleon Hill wrote about, it's energy. And I think that we call forth abundant energy by creating abundant energy. And I think that that's the ultimate, that has been in my life, the ultimate source of economic abundance, when I've just been doing something for the right reason. Just doing something because I thought at that time, wow, this would be the most beautiful thing I could do, the greatest gift I could give. And then even like I remember thinking when Return to Love came out, I had been working for years on the AIDS, with AIDS patients, et cetera. The last thing you thought about in all those support groups was ever charging anyone for money. And I remember thinking when Return to Love came out and it did make money, it almost felt to me, I remember thinking it was like the universe paid me on the for writing a book. But I felt metaphysically it was something else, that it was energy coming back to me that I had put out where money wasn't even involved. So I think sometimes we need to think more in terms of abundance than money specifically, and money is one form that the abundance comes back to us.
You have so many fans that are chiming in. You know, whenever you speak, just the room goes silent and everybody connects to their hearts. It's just been such an impact. So Think and Grow Rich has had an impact on you. And I know that we're going to be talking about a lot about your campaign in a moment. And I also would like to just give another shout out to the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper since 1886, one of the third oldest newspapers. He did have a question for you. He's giving a TED talk in Atlanta right now. Otherwise, he would literally be on. He asked you, he wants to ask, how important do you think is it that newspapers and the media actually brings positivity in the world, rather than, especially that's what the LA Tribune is really wanting to do. It's empower and educate people and lift people up, rather than always focusing on the problems we have in the world.
Well, I think that the context of positivity is very important, but I also think that it's the job, obviously, of a newspaper to tell you what's actually going on. What I find with a lot of the media, the problem I have, is they tell you just enough to get you upset, but not enough to empower you to actually do anything about these problems. So clearly we all know about media where, you know, if it bleeds, it leads. I mean, it's just one awful story after another, but it's not educative enough. I think our media doesn't do enough to actually explain a whole picture to people. That's the most positive thing. That's the most empowering thing, not just telling you good news when in fact it's a rather heartbreaking time on the planet, but suggesting to you all the ways that good things could happen, particularly in solving the problems that we read about and that we have to read about to be educated citizens.
That's beautiful. Absolutely. Thank you for that distinction there, right? So it's a fine line of lifting people up, but also calling out the truth.
Yeah.
I remember you talked in your teachings with A Course in Miracles, you talked about positive denial versus negative denial.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to go into that chime in. You could chime in on that, the positive denial versus the negative denial.
Yeah, I know, you know, it's a concept from the Course in Miracles, but it applies to a lot of spiritual seekers who will sometimes say, well, the world, you know, is ultimately, the three dimensions aren't the ultimate reality anyway, so we can ignore a lot of the bad stuff and go directly for the good news and what life could be. But the Course in Miracles would argue that that's negative denial, because there's no serious spiritual path that gives anyone a pass on addressing the suffering of other sentient beings. It's like you skip the crucifixion and go right to the resurrection. You skip the slavery of the Israelites in Egypt, you go directly to the promised land. That's denial. That's not transcendence. Positive denial is something different. Positive denial is not where you refuse to look at things and pretend they're not happening. That's negative denial. Positive denial is that you realize they're happening, but you deny their power over you. you realize that you're a powerful enough person, or we're a powerful enough country, or we're a powerful enough species that we can do things differently. That's positive denial. You're not denying the reality of the problem, but you're denying the reality of the problem to keep you in a limited condition.
I so love that. That's a breakthrough for so many people. So I know that this platform, Think and Grow Rich, now we're talking about individuals, and we can now expand that to your campaign in the country. And Think and Grow Rich, not necessarily just being monetarily, being a society where everyone can win. We don't just have the haves and the have-nots. So share with us, if you don't mind, what's driving you to run for president? What's most important to you? That is, because it's a stressful journey. I can only imagine for you to take on this thing.
Really, you really can't imagine.
Oh, I know. I was in your class, so you've shared some things that most people on the outside don't know. You have literally taken on this with your heart. This suit of armor that you have is actually your heart. It's not a suit of armor. And so what's driving you to take this on for the nation and for the world?
Well, it is about economics. It is about money. And that's why I'm really eager to talk to you on this particular platform. I think the interface here is very important. But I do want to go back for a moment to what you talked about, the suit of armor. I think a lot of people might not remember, or perhaps didn't even know, that in the story of David and Goliath, when David said, the giants were just laughing at the Israelite warriors, and the Israelites were so afraid because, Goliath was so huge and they were so small comparatively. And David said, well, I'll do it. I'll take him on. And King Saul said, well, if you're going to do that for us, the least I can do is give you my suit of armor. And David put it on. And he said, no, I can't move. I can't be myself in this. If I'm going to do this, he said, I have to do it my way. And so he gave the suit of armor back to the king. So you're right. The only real power today is the power of the heart. It's not the power of the suit of armor. It was David's vulnerability, but his wisdom. And of course, he hit Goliath 3 stones right in the center of his forehead, the third eye, the one place where Goliath does not have any defense is that he has no conscience. So you hit him in the conscience, there's nothing he can say because he doesn't have one. Now, in terms of that, that's also an apt description of how the economy works today in America. Profit is a good thing. Righteous profit is a good thing. That's what you're talking to people about. And America is an entrepreneurial country. It's part of the consciousness, and we love that. We talked about my books. I mean, I've been very blessed and privileged. I've seen the high side of free market capitalism because I see that there are 3 factors. I put in energy, and then I write the book, and the publisher gives me money. The publisher publishes the book, putting in energy. Then and they get something out of it, because when the consumer buys the book, the reader gives money that then the publisher gets, I get, and the reader goes out with value. So everybody puts in value and everybody goes out with value. That's when an economy is righteous. It's a win-win for everyone. And that's what we should always think about in business. Is this a win-win? Am I giving, is the rate of my giving and the rate of my receiving, is there a win for everyone? That's when you've got a righteous economy. That's righteous profit. Now, I'm not trying to whitewash or romanticize that we ever had that perfect, but we used to, it seems to me, when I was growing up, we at least thought it was supposed to be that way. The corporation was supposed to care. Yes, the stockholders mattered, but so did the workers, and so did the environment, and so does everybody who has anything to do. There are other stakeholders than just stockholders. But what started to happen about 50 years ago in this country is what's called stockholder capitalism, where the idea was, most important thing was to give money to the stockholders, and then they'd get very rich. But that would be good because they would create a lot of jobs. They were the job creators, it was called. And then all that money would trickle down and lift all boats. Well, it's now been almost 50 years. Clearly, it has not lifted all boats, because within that economic mindset, their business model was not job creation, it was job elimination. So the more money got put over into the hands of the stockholder, it was at the expense of the workers. You fire who you can, you squeeze money out of people, you remove benefits, you squash unions, and it's had a devastating effect because it's moved $50 trillion away from 90% of Americans. So money and abundance and profit, all that's great. The problem in America today is not that some people make money. That's a good thing that people can make money. That's what you're talking about here. The problem is that not enough people ever get a chance to. They're just locked in. And that the American dream is not that you can make it or you can make it or I can make it. The American dream is that we are all keepers of a sacred trust. We have responsibilities here as well as rights. And that responsibility is to create a society where, to the best of our ability, everybody has a shot at it. And millions of people who are locked out today are children. We have millions of American children who go to school in places where they don't even have the resources with which to teach a child to read. And if a child cannot learn to read by the age of 10, then the chances of high school graduation drastically decreased, and the chances of incarceration drastically increase. We have a permanent underclass in this country. We have the highest level of poverty of any advanced democracy, and that includes, of course, child poverty. 1/3 of our workers live on less than $15 an hour, and we have major cities in this country. Most major cities, it's over $20 an hour just to be a living wage. So I think part of the value of what you're doing, Kai, and what's important, once we sort of feel like we're in the game, because if you're in the game, if you're in the club, if you're in the flow, it's so cool, right? And we're all working on it and doing our entrepreneurial things and making some money, that's beautiful. But it's not supposed to stop there, because once you get to a point where you feel, yeah, it's working for me, the whole point is to then take responsibility, because this is not just about you. And that's very much a part of why I'm running for president.
That's amazing. I'm going to invite you to take this where you want to take it. I have a question. You can divert to that, to other causes and what's most important to you. I remember a lesson that you taught about what is an area where you can bring the true self, your spiritual self, right, into more than any other area. And you talked about your career and your vocation. So you can talk about that if you want, or you can talk about basically some of the things that you want to change beyond what you've already shared, because I know we have a limited time and I want this to be the highest, best use of our time in you communicating to the American people what you want to communicate. So I'm going to invite you to take the floor and really address anything that's most important to you on your mind that you want to change.
Well, we're talking about the role of consciousness in creating money. And we want to talk about the role of consciousness in creating a new world. And in order for us to change things on the outside, we're going to have to change some things on the inside. Because when you only approach a problem, this is true in our individual life, but it's also true in our collective life. If we're only addressing a problem on the level of the external, if we're only solving a problem on the level of the symptom, then there'll never be a real fundamental solution to it. Now, the 21st century is different than the 20th, just like the 20th was different than the 19th. It's a different worldview. And the worldview in the 20th century was very mechanistic. The world was a big machine, and in order to fix it, you just had to tweak the machine. Anybody who's trying to create wealth knows there's more to it than that. There's more to it than that, right? It's also how you think. It's also your attitudes. So I think that what's happening in the world today, and yes, money is part of it, because economic injustice is so much a part of the problem. I think that we're bringing to bear on the problems of the world a new sense of self. Mm-hmm. But that new sense of self has got to be one that recognizes the importance of justice, that none of us are going to get there unless all of us get there. I was back in the 70s, that was the time when, the feminism of that time was first, what I was growing up with. And there was a real sense of sisterhood. And I don't see that so much today, unfortunately. But that sisterhood thing meant none of us are going to make it unless all of us make it, unless we're there for each other. And I think in the 21st century, we're seeing that about the society. None of us are going to be safe unless we try to make everyone safe.
Hmm.
You know, you can drink a lot of green juice, but if they're poisoning the water, the carcinogens in our food, PFAS in our water, toxins in our air, there are so many things now that you can't wall yourself off from. You can't say, well, I'm going to live over here in my bubble. And also money can't save you either. You know, you can't just say, well, I have enough money that I can escape any of the bad stuff happening. You can escape a lot of it, but not all of it. Not when there's a real crumbling of our society. And that's what's going to happen unless all of us really fundamentally change and really say, I'm living my life not just for myself. I'm thinking not just for myself. I'm going to think about what would be right for everyone. Because ultimately, unless we create a society that's more just and compassionate for everyone, then everyone's going to suffer.
Mm.
Wow, you are brilliant.
Powerful
You are
stuff.
amazing, Marianne, and we're so glad at the Tribune to have you with us and to be talking with Kaya about these important topics. And we did want to ask, though, you know, you have so many beautiful ideas for change in our country, and there are many problems. But what should the American people, what can you and I and each of us be focused on in order to make these changes? How do we take Dr. Hill's vision and your vision and merge these so that we create this positive world that you'd like to do? And with that in mind, I'm going to ask a two-part question, if you don't mind. And Kaya brought it up a little earlier, but the idea that the LA Tribune is on a mission to actually bring not just the news, but positive news and inspiration to people. And so we're thrilled to have you here.
Thank you.
What can we do, and how important is that to you and to all of us?
Well, you know, you're asking me that question at a time when I'm running for president of the United States. Right. So you'll have to forgive me for the fact that I have an idea.
You truly do.
One thing you might consider is going to Marianne2024.com and being part of my campaign. You talked about the LA Tribune. I'm in San Francisco right now, and I'll be speaking in LA at the Saban Theater on the 23rd. I'm in Berkeley tonight. So anybody can go to Marianne2024.com at the events page. But in all seriousness, because the topic is money, the corruption of our political system by money is the worst thing of all. The undue influence of money actually now at this point of corporate money specifically takes precedence over the safety and the health and the well-being of the American people. We're the only advanced democracy that doesn't have universal health care. It's only because of the greed of the insurance companies. We're the only advanced democracy where people are rationing their insulin only because of the greed of the pharmaceutical companies, carcinogens in our food, because of the food companies. I mean, it's really terrible what's happening in this country. If it has to do with profits for gun manufacturers, or profit for big ag, or profit for big food, or profit for big oil, or profit for big banks, or profit for military industrial complex, and it's ruining people's lives. And people are dying because of it. You have 68,000 people in this country who die every year because of lack of health care. On the other hand, that money, especially since a Supreme Court decision called Citizens United, is that which runs our political systems. So for someone like myself, who's saying what you're saying, yeah, a more just world where humanitarian values and democratic values take precedence over short-term corporate profits. In order to do that, you would be not taking corporate money. And that's why if somebody really believes that this campaign has something to contribute, then I hope they'll throw some money into Marianne2024.com. The money that it takes to run a campaign, any political campaign, is just obscene. And ultimately, that's what I don't know if my generation will be able to fix that. I don't know when we will be able to overturn Citizens United. We certainly won't be able to with our current Supreme Court. But I think the generation after ours will ultimately pass a constitutional amendment establishing public funding for federal campaigns. Because I think that that's really everything we're talking about here today, isn't it? Money can help heal things. Money can do good, but also money can do a lot of harm when it's used for purposes that actually, oppress people economically.
How can we help you? I mean, besides the money, and we ought to be given.
Well, I need volunteers and I need money. If somebody goes once again to Marianne2024.com, even $5. I think a lot of people feel, well, what could my 5 do? What could my 20 do? Somebody else could give up to 6,600. It's whatever is correct for someone. But I think with anything with money, it's what you invest in your heart and what feels true to you. But it is participating. You know, if you feel that this is good, then you've got to make it happen. We've got to invest in it, because otherwise huge corporate entities are just driving the show. But also I need volunteers. You know, if you go to Marianne2024.com and you hit the volunteer button and you give us an hour, sometime phone banking. It's fun, by the way. You talk to people, you help collect signatures if that's what's going on in your state. But I think we're talking about an agenda. You know, it's interesting because what we're talking about, you know, the majority of Republicans as well as Democrats want universal health care. And the majority of Republicans as well as Democrats want tuition-free college and tech school. So ours is an agenda that's considered moderate position in any other advanced democracy. And if it sounds to your mind and to your heart like, yeah, then I hope people will go to the website and get real and work it and contribute and support and volunteer and do whatever you feel moved to do. It won't happen of itself. And the thing is, the institutional resistance to a campaign like this is very great.
I would like to introduce the incredible powerhouse Ava with the Los Angeles Tribune leading the vision along with the CEO Mo Rock. And then also shout out to one more time Satish Verma, the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute. Ava, I know that you have such admiration for this woman and you wanted to
Absolutely.
just share some words.
Marianne, as the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, and as a woman, right, I am just absolutely thrilled that you are fighting for the mission that you're fighting for. Like, I know how difficult it is, you know, especially being myself in the media as a woman, right? And I couldn't imagine more how it is for you where you are. And I love that, you know, you're bringing positivity into this country. You know, our mission in the Los Angeles Tribune is all about positive news that's uplifting, inspiring, and educating. You know, we believe in educating our public, you know, and making sure that our public, you know, our people are educated, that they're inspired, that they're motivated. You know, so with all of that, you know, how important is it, Marianne, for you, for each of us citizens to like really be on our feet, encouraged, inspired to take action? Like you said, you know, you're looking for volunteers, you're looking for people who can make phone calls and things like that. How important is it for us to like really be able to stay on positive news and be able to focus our minds on positive things?
This is no ordinary time. There's a great rumbling. We're living at a time where one world is falling apart and one world is struggling to be born. Everybody can feel it. Everybody can see the things that are falling apart, and you can see where people's lives are falling apart too. But you can also see where good things are happening and people are trying to bring good things forth. So the way I look at it is we have to be death doulas to that which is dying, and we have to be birth doulas to that which is being born. But we have to recognize the urgency of this moment. You know, when I was young, they used to say, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And I think that really applies to the times in which we live. We must be very mature. We must really show up for our country and for our world right now. Whatever it is. Now, I believe that politics has to be part, not all of it, but has to be part of the formula for repair, because public policy is doing so much damage in certain situations. But whatever it is we do, whatever our career, that we just seek to rise up and play it at a higher level. There is so much to depress you right now. I mean, even with what's going on with Israel and Hamas, and there's so much to be heartbroken about right now. There's so much, and so many people are going, oh, it's over, you know, forget it. We have to work against that. We have to generate the energy of revitalization. We have to generate ourselves. We have to generate the energy of hope. Hope is born of participation in hopeful solutions. So how important it is, it's everything. It's whether or not our democracy survives. It could even be whether or not our species survives. So I doubt that anyone who is taking a class like this doubts the urgency of this moment. People get it. The issue is, what can I do? And obviously, I'm not saying my presidential campaign is, the be all and the end all, but a presidency is a big deal too. What you're talking about with your newspaper, what Kaya is doing with his project, even teaching this. It's about all of us trying to live at the sort of highest level of vibration that we can, demonstrating to others that this is serious, this is real, we're grown-ups here. I think there's been a lot of infantilization. This generation is just, we've kind of had a crisis of adolescence, and this is a time for us to really rise to the occasion. This is not a time for us to talk about our problems all the time. There's a time and space for that, but this is the time for us to truly reach for our greatness, not only in our personal lives, but in what we're co-creating together.
Thank you. What a wonderful answer, Marianne. Totally
Thank you.
encouraging, absolutely encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, yeah, I'm going to give you back the mic.
This has been an incredible, incredible interview, Marianne. Thank you so much. We have such
so nice.
gratitude.
Thank you. And you also, good luck with the newspaper.
All of it. And we'd love to.
all
We
of
just
it.
had a conversation with CEO Mo Rock of the Los Angeles Tribune, and he's excited to have an event with you coming up
Great.
shortly. A
Great.
massive event in person. We'll
Great.
probably live stream it.
Great.
So we will definitely be in touch
Great.
and about that, and anything we can do to support. You're making a huge difference in the world. Thank you for being an advocate for so many things and for so many people that are suffering in so many different ways, and really bringing back some equality and some balance and a voice to people that have felt for many, many years voiceless, and speaking to getting people back to who we are. You always talk about the self with a small s versus the self with a big S, the higher self that we're all part of. And so tapping into that and bringing that more ecological and more holistic approach to leadership in this country and in this world. And we are a shining example of that to the world, and we get to be that with your leadership. And by the way, first female president, why not? Why not you? Why not now? Why not you? Let's go.
If
I
I could,
always say we need a mother in the White House, and you can.
We need a mother in the White House.
if I could quickly add that I want to thank you, Marianne, and Kaya for making this happen, because it's your connection and your relationship that brought this about. And we at the Tribune are just absolutely thrilled that you could be here today and that Kaya could make this. I mean, just a wonderful opportunity for the world to hear you on our platform. We just love it. Thank you for
Thank
being.
you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless. And let's continue to grow and thrive together. And let's all support Marianne at marianne2024.com. Donations from $5 to $65 to $6,500. Donating your time, energy, resources so that you can help this woman help us become an even better country, an even better nation. Thank you. Thank you. And we'll see you very soon, Marianne.
God bless you. Thank you.
God bless you.
Wow.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, that was
Okay. All right. We are back. We are back with the incredible Ava Powerhouse. By the way, Ava, I know that you're a powerhouse in the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper. And what exactly is that title? Because senior editor chief, say that again? You're on mute.
It's editor-in-chief.
Editor-in-chief.
Yes.
that is deserving, and I would say also undeserving, because I would say you're even beyond editor-in-chief, because you make it all happen. You make it all happen. So congratulations to you, and to see.
Thank you for the flowers. But we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of our audience. We have
Everybody.
such amazing, loyal audience that really have their hearts out to improve their lives, improve our lives, who are dedicated to personal development, professional development, and this is we do this for you.
Yes.
It's you. You're the inspiration as to why we're here, why we do everything that we do. So, Kaya, as much as you give me the flowers, I'm going to give it back to our audience who has been
Let's give
faithfully
it to the.
accompanying us the last 5 years.
Let's
5 days.
absolutely give it to the audience. Please type in the chat. Please. I know that we have hundreds of people on the live stream right here on Facebook. I've been looking at the numbers going up and up and up. When Marianne joined, we had Mark Victor Hansen. We had Les Brown, we had Sharon Lecter, and we had just incredible, incredible people. So for those of you that have been here with us, even if you just joined today, congratulations. The fact that you are in this room, we had Paul Sterling, we had a bunch of different individuals that are such luminaries and lights to the world. Even if you just joined today, the fact that you're here listening, participating in this, congratulations. And with that being said, just letting you know, we are having events. We're partnering up with the LA Tribune. We have an event tonight as well. We're partnering up with the Think and Grow Rich Institute. We're bringing other people from Fortune 500 companies and other leaders like Marianne and so forth. So if you like to attend some of these events and you're part of our community and you would like to join us on the red carpet with the Los Angeles Tribune and with this Think and Grow Rich Institute, you can text the word TOP, T-O-P, to 26786. Text the word TOP, TOP, to 26786, and we will give you free tickets, free passes to meet the CEO of the LA Tribune, to meet Satish Verma, the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, and to meet Ava and Rex and myself and all of us. That being said, Rex, you have something you want to share, and we've got Eric about to come in.
International, there were questions on how they can do it internationally. You can register at growrich23.com.
Yes.
We answer our emails, so just go ahead and register, and we'll get you connected to Kaya if you're internationally.
Yes,
And
I will also
Kaya,
put my
gotta
email
close.
address.
Yeah, we've got to
Yes.
close, and I would love to be able to bring Eric on stage to join us in closing, because Eric Sender has been waiting on the helm. You ready to bring him, Sir Kaya?
Yes, we are ready. And my email, if you want those gifts to you, my email is in the chat. You can copy paste that email. Let's bring up the incredible leader, Eric Zender, to the stage. Do we have a mic check? Can we hear you, Eric?
Mike, can you hear me?
Run. Yes. Congratulations.
Yeah,
I'm so passionate about what you do, Eric, because I'm an NLP, neuro-linguistic programming trainer, and it is about linguistic and language, and how you have a tremendous gift at using language to change people's lives and do it in short, distillable ways. So if you don't mind, I'm going to share with you about this incredible man. Eric Zender is known as the quote master. He has more than 20,000 original quotes published after 30 years of writing for his one-time release by Thanksgiving weekend. He's lectured at universities and around the world. He's the founder of the Education of Quotation movement, using what he calls quantum river language. I want to find out what that is. Eric has been inspired by the likes of Mark Twain. He continues to educate people by quotation. Interesting. He believes in the short format. Yeah, we have short attention spans. Why not short format? Is the way to reach the masses in a very palatable way. Eric is also the co-star of a brand new movie, I'm going to say hit movie, because it's absolutely going to be Beyond Physical Matter, alongside legends of The Secret movie. People like John Assaraf, Marie Diamond, Dr. Joe Vitale, who's doing a book with CEO of LA Tribune, Mo Rock. And this will be released, this movie, by January of 2024 on Amazon. He's also an expert in quantum and believes that the proper use of AI, yes, AI, will lead people to a new hope and an education movement for the next generation and generations to come. Mr. Zender would like us to use quotes to foster good, friendship along and all the peoples of the different nations to bring the world together. I am honored to have you on the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit and on the stage of the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper. How are you doing, Eric?
Hey, hello there. I've been Mr. Hansen's been a hero of mine for like years and years and years and years. To get on with him is really a treat. Listen, what I'm doing here is I want to educate people beyond the classroom. Okay, and it's not just the quotes. I want to reinvigorate the love of language and human-to-human interaction. And I want to say that if you want to reach young people, you're going to have to do it very often from 5 to 20 words, maybe a tweet up to 30 words. So I've been pursuing something. I get up every morning at 5 a.m. and I write for 5 hours. It takes me an hour a page for a well-written page. I've been doing this for 30 years. Now, it happens to be that I've worked for the John Wooden course. I went to graduate school at Yale Divinity School, where I was the live-in page for a year with Dr. Roland Bainton. And he had 70 years as a history professor, and he would spend 4 hours a day pouring everything he had into me. He said, "Eric, you're my last student." And so I got a chance to be mentored by a truly great scholar lecturer. He could lecture in 12 languages. He wrote the great biography of Martin Luther, Here I Stand. Said it took him 10 years. At any rate, he poured all into me. So I got a firsthand what it's like to be consecrated and to think at the highest level of it, really love your students, really love mentoring. We had a shoebox of 2,000 names of leaders and former students that we corresponded to every year. He said, this was not he says, I'm in the ivory tower, he said, but not of the ivory tower. And so he said, encouraging people to do the right thing by the people is part of what it means to be a culture creator. So now,
so if you could share with us just a couple things. So this is, and I want to get into your skill set and what you can do to help our audience today. If you could just take a moment, and you're familiar with Think and Grow Rich. Maybe just sharing a little bit on the impact that Napoleon Hill and Think and Grow Rich had in the world and on you, and then shifting gears into something that you can help just any normal person that wants to turn what they do, which is sometimes difficult to describe, and distill it in just a matter of a few words. If you have a system or a process to create a quote that an entrepreneur can use that system or process to create a tangible quote and impact people and get their products and services out in the world, if you have a system or practice that you do or strategy that could help all of us as well.
Well, Bob Dylan, won the Nobel Prize for Literature, and they asked him, "Where did you get all your language for those great lyrics and things?" He says, "Well, I read everything under the sun." He says, "Didn't matter what it was. I didn't care if it was right or left or whatever. I looked for great language." And I've done that for all these years. I was just born with a love for language. And I'm born for a love of fundamental language theory. I didn't mention, but the other professor at Yale was Dr. Paul Homer, and he was the greatest Wittgenstein scholar in the world. I've carried on what these two great scholars did. And then you have excellence of language, excellence of mentoring, and fundamental language theory. There are no, there's only Chomsky, and Homer and I'm better than Chomsky. I don't say that uppity. It's just been many years since Chomsky's made any new game. But back to, you can learn streamlined language by reading it. So just as Dylan exposed himself, I know what he was looking for because I did it. You're looking for standout lines, It's this intense love for language. And then you keep going. And what it will eventually do, like Mark Twain said, look, the difference between just the right word and almost the right word is the difference between lightning hits you and a lightning bug. My point is, there's a quantum river. So I can't avoid this. I get up every day. There's a moving river. You're all in it. All of those who think and live from within are either touching that river or immersed in it. And there's language in it. language fish in it. So the story is not that I wrote 20,000 quotes that I'm clever. I hit a quantum river. It just keeps going. And also, it's not a mountain peak you reach, oh, that's it. No, it actually keeps expanding more and more and more. So it's quantum language. Now imagine that, how would I say it right? So I write a lot on quantum too. Imagine there's thinner quantum space, which is like openness and clarity and good feelings. And then there's thicker darker space where it's joy, where it's making something, where it's building something. So to come back circle, I think this story will sell. We'll share it. In 2006, I felt called to go on a 40-day prayer and fast vigil. And I did half of that in the coast of California, half up in the Grand Tetons in Wyoming, just south of Yellowstone. And I wanted something special to happen. I was like an Indian brave. I wanted to get my vision. And I wanted to know more about God. I wanted to know more about what the Greeks called the logos, the word behind all words. And I wanted to know about quantum. And I did. So on the first day, I wrote 50 new quotes. Now, I'd written quotes or standout lines, like Hemingway said, if I could write a standout line, I was really happy for one a day. But I'd written a saying here and there, a saying a day. To do 50 is unheard of. Well, it kept up, 50, then 100. The last 2 days, it was 500 quotes a day, 16 hours a day with no missing and no bad ones. Now, if I did miracles, they'd say, well, you're a hoax. If I said I had visions, they said, well, you're hallucinating. I said, well, just read. So imagine there is this river and you can tap it. The big thing is not that I tap it, but watch, a stream has streamlined language. So where do the Proverbs, where do they get that? Well, I'm not here to say that, boy, I just want you to read all my quotes. No, they're given to get people in that river. Now the river has banks.
So if I were to distill it for now, and I know, type in the chat, number one, your steps to creating these palatable, powerful, succinct quotes to communicate to the minds of individuals. Number one is start reading more, which that's a problem. A lot of people don't read enough. Number two is to look at what are the words and the sentences that pop out. And then what was three? Is there a third step in that I just want to distill?
My mother taught me to read at the age 3 on her knee. The interaction between my mother and going back and forth, laughing, evoking thoughts together, you're touching a real person. That's the essence of culture creation. So if we want to get people back, we've got to have the human-to-human contact. So I think you heard me mention it, that we have to build a true hybrid world. And that's my company called Quantum River World, Hybrid World Builders. Let me just put the point.
Yes. And then we also want to share we also want to share your link in there. Can you provide a link where people go to find out about you if you have any
you're right. I'm sure Tony, the dream maker here, will want me to make sure that I get some of the key things. But real quick on the hybrid.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Seneca. May I say that we have a hard break, and I really apologize for that. The stream is going to end, and what I would like to do is invite you to be a special guest on a show that I do called All Things Rex Worldwide.
Yes.
Be my special guest, and we could go deep into this. Can you?
Can I just close up then?
Yes, please. And
yes. And I'm looking for a link, or do you want people to find
Tony,
you?
I'll have to send that to you. I need to stay on this right now.
Okay, please go for it, and I'll look for the link.
Listen, Education by Quotation is not one book, it's a series. It has 500 all new quotes. It has 60 stories. It's going to be like Chicken Soup for the Soul. It's going to keep on coming. I have 20,000 quotes. I write 5 a day. Okay. We're going to do it like for leaders, for managers, for homeschoolers, for education. It will come with shorts and memes as a concurrent campaign with the book itself. Now, listen, this is my strategy, and this will mean something to say, Marianne, to each of you who has an email list. My desire is not to publish a book of quotes, but to create a campaign that gets people so they can talk together, work together, build together. I'm helping those people who don't want to see America polarized or the world polarized anymore. So, imagine that what I do is I take the main manuscript. I just finished it after 6 months. We finished it this week, Education by Quotation, book 1. And we take it for some. You can, if you want, you can't do a universal fundraiser because of the difference of audiences, but quotes are something like everybody likes. So it's like a box of chocolates. Everybody likes some pieces. I want to create a fundraiser book that you give to people that helps them with education for their young, helps them talk together, work together, and build together with people. And we'll make some kind of 70-30 split or something like that. You get the money. You put energy into it. You take it to your group. I believe I can show anyone that if you have a book of this power and you're going to give them 500 new quotes and you can keep it coming, they're going to be interested in that book. That's just a lot of new. You can't find new quotes like that. If you went out and searched the whole network, you'd be lucky to find 50 to 100. So
beautiful.
Imagine
Thank
that.
you so much.
That
Thank you
is a
so
book
much,
for everybody.
Eric. And I know that we're going to continue this conversation. For those of you that want to learn about Eric and get in touch with him, you will be able to reach out at Eric. And I'm sure you're on Facebook and you're on Instagram. I'm also going to provide your email address. How about that?
Sure,
I'm going to
sure.
put in the chat your email address, Eric.
Zender, Z777
Z-E-H.
Gmail.
We'll flash all of it up on the screen. And while Kai is doing that for you, sir, thank you so much. By the way, I've got a huge AI project coming up. I'd love to invite you to be a guest in that if you're interested.
You'll love it.
As well as to have you on the show. We'll put together a special edition of All Things Rex Worldwide, and we'll bring you on so that you can talk at length with your leisure. But we apologize about this hard break for you.
Tony
Now,
says yesterday the book will be out on
Yes.
Friday.
Yes, and please email Eric Zender at ericzender777@gmail.com with any questions you may have, or to reach out to him so that he can support you on your journey. Thank you so much for being with us today. You are literally on the day with Mark Victor Hansen, Marianne Williamson, Les Brown, and you're literally with, and you belong in this esteemed group of world leaders making a change. And I think the only way we can really change the world, really, yes, coming from our hearts, is with language.
There
And
you go.
so you are making a difference. Thank you so much. And I'm going to bring Ava up as we wrap up. And our dear friend.
And while they're doing
Rex.
that, I want to just say that we want to thank you for participating here in the summit that went 5 days. You know, the Los Angeles Tribune, we have been providing for a long time now summits and programming and inspirational media and a host of people who may or may not have seen anywhere else. We're very proud to do that. I thank Mo Rock for his vision. I thank Ava for her vision and the way that we all work together for this. I want to thank Kaya for being here and bringing some incredible guests over the last 2 days, and for all our wonderful hosts, and for all the wonderful guests we've had, and for you who watch and who participate and who help us share it. You know, you can light 1,000,000 candles off of just one candle, but your candle needs to be lit. And when your candle's lit, we can light up the world. So let's join together in that mission. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. Thank you, Kaya. Thank you, Ava. Thank you, Mo, where all you are, and all of you people. This has been the Los Angeles Tribune Think and Grow Rich Summit, partnered with Satish Verma of the Think and Grow Rich Institute.
And partnered with Global Transformation Academy, our company, coaching company. We're bringing the LA Tribune to Fortune 500 companies, the real estate companies, the mortgage companies, the financial service companies, the banks. I truly believe one of the ways to change the world is actually change the way the corporate world runs.
Absolutely.
And the way the billionaires that move and improve the world.
And I'm Rex Sykes, and I'm RexSykes.com.
And Brad, maybe you can see you.
Thank you, everyone.
Mo Rock is on the cutting edge of your heart, your soul, for your persistence,